Good evening. Welcome. What up, Matt? Anthony? Yo, yo, yo. Where'd my fuel cup go? I don't know. I lost it. It's gone. This time I'm listening to whiskey jazz. It's different from smooth jazz. Whiskey. It's all about whiskey. Good evening. Hanging out at the shop called AuxAuto, the automotive nonprofit that provides financial mechanical assistance to people that depend on their transportation for a living. I basically pay the shop bills for people that can't afford to make their vehicle safe or operational. I come on here and I talk about some of my projects and some of the things I've got going on. Oh, Nathan, everything's for sale. You know what they say, but probably not for what anybody's willing to pay for it. Charles knows what's up. I'll be doing this for the next 12 hours. Alex knows what's up. I've got TikTok running on one device and I've got YouTube running on another. That's all I was going to say. Hola, Casanova. Anthony 15, I remember you. Deer Hunter, I can start them, but I cannot start them every time it is requested, although I would like to. I actually burned out the starter in the 68 300. I replaced that last weekend. I don't have that one, Josh. Wish I did. I need all the TV cars I can get. The next one I want to get is a 1981 DeLorean time machine. One day. I got to drive one once. Yeah, I couldn't handle the V8. No, Deer Hunter, I wish I had a whole slew of TV cars. Honestly, the one that I want is the 81 DeLorean time machine, but aside from that one, I really think I could pull off I think it's a 76 Camaro Bumblebee. Sriracha? Green screen. You talking about here? Now you got me confused. I've got TikTok on one device, I got YouTube on the other, so I guess I'd have to have a green screen on both of them if that was the case. But hey, since you're here, what I'm trying to do is promote my automotive nonprofit that I basically pay the shop bills for people that can't afford to make their vehicle safe or operational. So the deal is, I prove it's not a green screen, but you got to follow along. Gina, already, I've got some naysayers. Some naysayers out there saying nay. Yo, 6. Say it ain't so. Believe it or not, it's crazy, I tell you. They say it's a green screen. Rebel. The Charger's got a 440 in it. Matter of fact, this engine here, Sriracha. This engine right here, this is the original 383 that goes in the Charger, and I recently started tearing it down because I'm very interested in putting it back in the car. Right now, it's got a 440 from a 1973 RV. It's a cruiser, but I want to put this back in there. This is the original 383. It's a board 30 over, and it spun a cam bearing, lost oil pressure. Trying to work on getting that fixed and put it back in there. It's going to take a while. Ray Evernham. I don't even know who. I've had so many people say it's everybody else's. User 43485. I missed it. That is a 68 Chrysler 300. Very close to a Newport. Same body style. Oh, that was a single jet, Gina. A friend of mine has a 1953 Chevy truck that's been, I think it was his great-grandfather that bought it new, and it's been handed down through the generations. And he was trying to, I was going to go to his place and rebuild it, but I didn't have time to do it, so I just brought it out here. Hopefully it works, and I want to do a showcase of that truck, and hopefully they have some old pictures of it, because I like those kind of stories where people have vehicles that have been in their family for years. Appreciate it, B-dubs. That's kind of my intention. I mean, I'm not that interesting by myself, and I don't do TikTok dances, but I come in here as such, and I try to promote my automotive nonprofit. I basically pay the shop bills for people that can't afford to make their vehicles safe or operational, and I hope that people come in here and they like cars or engine stuff or a jacket, and then they follow along, and hopefully one day all those follows and subscriptions, since I got TikTok on one device and YouTube on another, that they turn into a way to pay for all of these. I've done 15 of them so far to the tune of about 15,000 bucks. 15 AuxAuto assists. Six, I don't really know how to pronounce that. The foreground yellow car is a 1974 Chrysler New Yorker Brougham, and the aft yellow car is a 1968 Chrysler 300. Who's Ray? Dear, the truck is a 1979 Ford F-150 with a 351 modified. That's another one of those kind of story ones. It's not really in the realm of AuxAuto assists, but it kind of is. It's that truck has been in that family since it was bought new, and it caught fire about 5 or 6 years ago. So I'm trying to get it running for the family, so the person that currently owns it can take her father for a ride in it again. Hello, country girl. Oh, Ray Evernham, yeah. You talking like the old school, like the 1930s cars? I don't think anything's cheap anymore. That's the problem. Josh, I think Dodge is coming back to NASCAR. I haven't really been following it since the Gordon Earnhardt days. Bringing Dodge back. Old Stellantis. What do you drive? Ford? What do you drive? Chevy? What do you drive? A Stellantis. Stellantis. I should look up that word. I don't know what it means. Hopefully not jump at PAX. I did get to jump a 1988 Chrysler Fifth Avenue. It's sitting out in front of my complex out here. T 20 feet should be plenty. Sriracha. Am I saying that right? 20 feet should be plenty. My doors are I thought there were 14s. Yeah, that should be plenty. Gina, my weekend's just getting started. It was good. I went live last night for a little bit, doing the thing that I usually do, except I was sitting over there like I usually am. Rat, I'm not sure. It's royalty-free whiskey jazz music that's playing in the background. Sol Trujillo. That is, in fact, a 1979 Dentside. Yeah, I probably should have been, Gina. You didn't miss anything, I tell you that. I probably went on a rant about TikTok course sellers again. I know that I did. Shoo! Yeah, I did. What you talking about, Sriracha? Yeah, I think that's the problem that people have with NASCAR these days, is it's so regulated that you're really not. Oh, sorry, Sriracha, I completely missed that. So I've got a 2-post lift, but honestly, I guess it kind of depends on what you're wanting to do. But I like the idea of just driving up on a 4-post. Plus, a lot of those 4-posts have the wheels on it to where when you lower it down, you can actually move it around your shop and be more confident about like putting the car on top and parking one underneath it. I would recommend getting a 4-point lift, but I like the 2-point lift because, for instance, on this 79, I'm going to be replacing the gas tank soon. And on the 2-post lift, I can just unbolt the truck bed and lift the bed off of it. And you can't really do that on a 4-post. Is that a KXM? That is, in fact, a 1974 Chrysler New Yorker Brougham. Yes, oh yes, yes, a Brougham. Only the best mid class, yes. That classic New Yorker, I want to be a Cadillac front. And honestly, whatever lift you get, there is a like a certification company. Make sure that whatever company sells them, that lift is certified, so you're not getting parts that are junk, because you really don't want a car falling on you. At least that's my advice. I thought I had a picture up on Facebook with a Grey Poupon, and I had mentioned them. I was hoping they would be like, "Oh, cool! I want to sponsor your automotive nonprofit." Because once upon a time it was fancy. Now it comes in a plastic squeeze bottle. Except around here they don't call it Grey Poupon. They call it Grey Poopin'. You got some of that mustard? Oh, over here on YouTube, we got a bot. I hope it's not a bot. Not a bot. It's not a Cadillac. It is a 74 Chrysler New Yorker. It's the wannabe Cadillac. Ren the Snow Leopard. Yes, that is a 1969 Dodge Charger. Generally, replica. Over on YouTube, it is pretty decent. I tell you that. Even the interior, it's still like driving a couch. I want to turn that car into a car hauler though. I need to get new or rebend the leaf springs in the back, and it's got a lot of engine issues because I had made I make a lot of stupid videos trying to promote my automotive nonprofit, which is AuxAuto. That's why I'm here. But I made this video where I was Inspector Aux, and I did a lot of stunt driving in that car. And now I think I've lost a cylinder or lost compression in one of them. So I'd like to get that. It's a driver right now, but I got some work to do to it. Rim, I say go for it. The thing is their Chargers are just not cheap anymore, which is unfortunate. Dang, that's a good first project though, Cadillac DeVille. Is it a convertible? Yeah, hey, that's what YouTube's for, bot. Coming on channels where people actually know how to work on cars also helps. Can you tell us what in your shop is cheap? Me. Oh, hey! All right then, moving on. The thermostat housing. You know, I don't even know enough about that to be able to try to help you on that. Is it the bolts that are just not coming off? I don't know if you could upgrade a 273. I thought the 318s and up had a different mounting. Honestly, that's, you know, Cal. Hi, Cal. You know, I guess that's kind of the fun of it, though, is seeing how much power you can get out of a 273 or replacing it with something. But I'm kind of a cruiser guy. Like, none of these cars are 1,000 horsepower dragsters. I like getting cars running and driving in them. I like to drive in them. I don't have any Chevys, Pete. I will show you the cars, but it's hard to do it every single time. So usually, like maybe every hour, we'll go tour. Yeah, over on YouTube. That's yeah, that's like you got to go through a process to get to something that's easy. But honestly, take pictures of everything. When I first tore the engine down in this Charger in the late 90s, I didn't have a way to take pictures of it, so I wrote it down. I actually have a little notebook that has the sequence of everything that I took off. But honestly, if you just take pictures of everything as it is, and then as you're taking it off, you just go back through those, and you're like, oh, that's where that little bolt went. Yeah, debone, that's what I do. I'm all organized for the first 10 minutes, and then 15 minutes into it, I've got bolts in my pocket, and I've got no pictures taken, and I don't know even where the wrench was that I had in my hand. Dano! Yes, sir. Hang on to that Bronco. Those are hot like Chargers. What do I think about this New Yorker? Or just in general? Yeah, bot over on YouTube. It definitely helps out. That's the thing too, because even if you don't want to take up a lot of space on your phone, you can just delete them later. But I'm telling you, when you're like, I don't remember which bolt went in where, and then you look at your picture and you're like, oh, that was it. Easy. Easy. Oh, you got a 64 New Yorker. That's old. That's getting old. Where's the GTO rank? Just like everything else, high up there. Everything that I want. Liking specific cars over other cars is hard for me to do. It's kind of like what's your favorite song, but it really depends on what mood I'm in for it to be a favorite song or a favorite band. So I like things for different reasons, especially all of the ones that I have here. I like them for different reasons. I like the Charger because it's such a core memory of so many people. So when I drive it around, people are just like, oh man, they start talking about their childhood, which is great. I like the C bodies because they float around. I like the Roadrunner because it's a 4-speed big block. Kit. Yeah, I want one of those too. I actually kind of want just to build a car that has all the switches and buttons like Kit had. That way, matter of fact, before the Charger looked like this, I actually had it wired because I was worried about somebody stealing it, but I had it wired to where you had to turn on like a couple of toggle switches. But if one of them you turned on, I had a fuse linked in there that was really weak. So if you turned that one on, it would blow the fuse and you wouldn't be able to turn on, or it would turn off the first one or something stupid. I'll take a Ram Charger. So Casey Kane, somebody said Ray Evernham, but I think it's just a promo jacket because most of the time I don't think a lot of racers had like the vehicle brand on their jacket. It would have been Budweiser or Hooters or something like Dick Trickle. You got it, high class. I don't even know what that word is, but it's long. My daughter found this jacket at a flea market, and she's like, "That is what my dad would like, that jacket." And it turns out I do. I guess she knows me. I don't know. It's crazy how that works. She was right. Now I wear it all the time. I wear it when I sleep. Bill Elliott had just Dodge on it. I mean, it may have. I don't know. I haven't watched NASCAR in a long time. That's true. But was that when it was Winston Cup, or was that Nextel? Sriracha. That chest is from the mid to late 90s. It was the first tool. My parents got that for me for Christmas in like 96 or 7. And it was the actual tools that I used to take apart this Charger for the first time in the pretty sure it was the late 90s. I got a pretty cool Nextel Cup Series story. But even the tools in it, most of them are still the ones that I got in the late 90s. I've got another Craftsman chest, but that's primarily the one I still use. I like all the Mopars, Pete, even up until the mid 80s when they quit doing rear wheel drive. I think it was in like 88 or 89. You want to trade kit for General? Yeah, Sriracha, I'm pretty old. Yeah. Slow down and get off my yard. Which one, Riley? The 74 New Yorker? One can dream. If you're talking about the General, I don't even know how you noticed it. I got a sheet over it. Oh, I missed it. Monkey shorts. It's my phone, I think. I've got TikTok on one device and I've got YouTube on another. But honestly, on TikTok is the only one where because I think it focuses on the foreground and not so much on the back. But I think the quality is so much better because I have a new phone. It does look like a green screen, but it's not. But a lot of people come in here and they call me out on it and they say it's fake. And then I tell them about my automotive nonprofit, which is AuxAuto, where I basically pay the shop bills for people that can't afford to make their vehicle safe or operational. But the deal is, you got to follow me in order for me to prove it. But it was just me walking back like 10 feet. Monkey shorts, no. So this, I'm actually, I call it an automotive complex because it consists of this shop, another building where I sleep, and then another building, actually in another building, but they're all kind of small. But I call it Auxland, and I recently incorporated it into a new business where I'm trying to figure out ways to make money for AuxAuto, my automotive nonprofit. But no, I bought it. I bought it. Yeah, I'm 67 years old. No, I'm not. But you got it, mid 40s. But that I've been wanting a place like this since I was 13 years old, and it didn't happen until my early 40s. It's been a long road. A lot of sadness, a lot of tears. But here I am. Ha! So I got TikTok, Chris, over here. Hello, sir. I got TikTok on one device, I got YouTube on the other. And some dude named Chris, first time caller, long time listener, love the shop. I don't even know what to say about this person. The guy's got like 400 acres and then has time to sit out here and get, it's probably not him. It's a fake. It's a bot account. Probably trying to take me on a date or something. I mean, I'll go. I'm just saying. Ah. Skynet's taking over. Actually, Chris over on YouTube, we should have, holy crap, that scared the absolute junk out of my trunk. The heater turned on. We should have a naming ceremony where we all just hang out there one day, you know, just hang out, and then we don't leave until we come up with a name. Thank you, Skid Racer. Chris White over on TikTok, you do see the General. That is correct. That is a 1969 Dodge Charger. Polish Possum likes that Ford truck. That's owned by somebody whose father has owned it since it was new. And I'm trying to get it running after it burned about 6 years ago. Yeah, we'll go take a look at them here in a little bit. I would say I do it every hour. I'm going to do this pretty much tonight, all night. This is what I'm doing tonight. I'm promoting my automotive nonprofit, AuxAuto. I basically pay the shop bills for people that can't afford to make their vehicle safe or operational. I come on here and try to promote it. Showcase some of the things that I got going on, some of the projects that I've been working on. Out hunting for like another car project or Polish. That's right, it's a 79. I'm gonna go turn his heater off. I made it back. Chris White, I would love to have. You know, they're kind of hard to come by. That's not the Belvedere, is it? The Belvedere is the cheaper version of Christine, and Christine is the Plymouth. I can't remember. Wheelchair Gamer. It is not an actual. It's a replica. Not a screen used one, just it was originally a B5 Blue Bowling Green Kentucky car, and it got generally replicated. Fury, Gina, you got it, that's right. But that was the lower version was the Belvedere, right? Yeah, it was Fury. Gina's got it. Gina knows what's up. Yeah, I don't remember what year it was either. Here you go, Gina. How much did he buy Christine for? Yeah, Sport Fury. That's right. It was the nice one. Hello, Kana. That is correct. No, JT. I wish that was a 426. Although it is the original engine that came out of the Charger. It's a 383. I mean, Doc, if it was in my garage, I would surely love it. I mean, it's basically a Chrysler. The Spurch, I actually... I'll say yes to that, but Valvoline ain't paying me nothing, so I'm not going to sit here and promote them. But I used to use their VR1. Because in all of the old cars that have the flat tappet cams, they require more zinc, and they quit putting that in cars because a lot of them have roller cams. Like these, if you're not familiar. But... all of my old cars have these kind. And that was one of the oil brands that put more zinc in it. And now they changed to some purple bottle, and they don't really advertise it, so I'm not real sure. I just put oil in it, and then I put zinc in it. Oh, I don't have a brand. I ain't got no brand. Although I would like for Valvoline to sponsor, AuxAuto, my automotive nonprofit. Wouldn't that be cool though? If I could work out some deal with Valvoline instant oil change to where I could cover people's oil changes, because I mean that's not cheap these days either. I think last time I went, it was like 180, not 180, but 118 bucks. I don't know that there's a lot of difference in oil. It's kind of like, when you buy something, it's like when you buy a battery, there's like two battery manufacturers and then everybody puts their sticker on it. As long as, if it's for old cars with flat tappets, as long as you put zinc in there. Hey, Zachary, where you been? Hiding from us, probably. Sup, senior? Yeah, they used to call it VR1, but I don't know if they call it that anymore, Gina. Or at least maybe O'Reilly's doesn't carry it. David over on YouTube, yeah. For sure with all of these, but a lot of, well, actually, even my work truck, I do it out here because it sits a little bit higher and I can just sneak under there. I can just scooch under there. From the Pittsburgh. Welcome from the Pittsburgh. And hello to you. Black car from something specific, and is it a Dodge or a Plymouth? Oh, you talking about the green one? It is a 1969 Plymouth Roadrunner. It does look like it's painted black. Motorfest. I don't really buy clothes. I don't have I don't really buy a whole lot of food. Like I'll buy a box of hamburgers. I don't really go out to restaurants. I don't have a wife. My kid's an adult. Still work. But I've been trying to do this thing since I was like 12 years old. So it's just kind of a conglomerate of everything I wanted to put together. Batman's in here. It's a 69 Batman. David over on well, Casey. Generally, that is a real generally, but not a screen generally. And David, I apologize for having to do a timing belt on anything new. That sounds horrible. But I do wish you the best. Yeah. Cubic. A lot of people are looking for a Hemi. That's not a cheap thing you got there. 14 SRT H61. Are you donating it? I'm just kidding. It's an SRT. Casey over on YouTube. So I've got TikTok on one device. I got YouTube on another one. I'm out here just promoting my automotive nonprofit. It's a 501c3 in the state of Tennessee. According to the IRS, it's Auxilium Auto. But I basically pay the shop bills for people that can't afford to make their vehicles safer, operational. And I come on here, I'm on TikTok, and I'm on YouTube right now. I'm trying to promote it just to get people to follow along. I don't ask for money. I don't put my Venmo, my Cash App, or anything like that up here. I'm just trying to get supporters, and then hopefully one day the support turns into a way to pay for all the things and the vehicles that I'm trying to fix for other people. And then I showcase some of the projects that I work on and some of the things I have here. But Casey, in San Antonio, I'm in Tennessee, but I actually bought a 69 Newport in San Antonio a couple of years ago. that is a parts car for a 69 Imperial project that I'm working on. So I visited your neck of the woods. Beautiful place. I don't know how to send a hug, but I'll give you a hug. David over on I've been a Craftsman guy. This tool chest back here was a Christmas gift in the late 90s from my parents, and this is still the one I use today. The Dodge Garage. A lot of Dodges, a lot of Chryslers. If you want to sound fancy, you have to drag that S in there. Chrysler. Yes, Chrysler. B-Ride, that's a 1974 Chrysler New Yorker, yes. Now, Bacon, I haven't really watched NASCAR in ages. I don't follow sports anymore either, but I haven't watched NASCAR in so long. But I'm due for a good NASCAR nap. Matter of fact, the last race that I saw was Bristol, and I went there. And that was a couple of years ago. Batman, I thought you had a lot of cool cars. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, Polish. It's kind of like it gets to a point where you kind of. It's like I don't watch sports anymore, but it's like watching college versus pro. Like college players are in there to try to win, and pro players are just making money. But then you kind of look at those other racing series where people are really trying to win because they're trying to make a living doing it. So it's a little more interesting. Appreciate it, Brian. Whiskey, jazz, and classic cars. That's right. You're listening to WAUX in the evening here at Auxland, the home base for AuxAuto, the nonprofit that provides financial mechanical assistance to those who depend on their transportation for getting through life. That is what I'm doing here. I'm not selling a course. I really want to jump into that, but I probably shouldn't. There was once upon a time around where I live, there were 2 or 3 dirt tracks. And when we were in high school, we would go to those races, and it was a whole lot of fun. And it was super competitive. And I actually think I remember somebody racing a Charger in the late 90s. Because back then, even in the condition that one was in, you could probably get it for $1,200. Batman, my favorite car, it's probably going to be this Roadrunner because the story that's behind it and the paperwork that I got with it and how I acquired it and the fact that I drove it for on a 1,200-mile road trip. I don't really have a favorite. That's like asking who's your favorite child. Like you love them all for different reasons, but I've got different reasons I like different cars. Of all time, Nathan? David over on YouTube. It's kind of hit or miss because when they park them in the dirt, they get rusty. It's gonna have to be Dale. I was a really, really big fan of Dale Earnhardt back in the day, and I still have a lot of Dale Earnhardt memorabilia, like the NASCAR clocks and the die-cast cars, the truck and trailer thing. I've actually got a room out here at Auxland, the automotive complex, in another building where it's kind of like a memorabilia room, which is basically just all of the stuff that I never got rid of, like die-cast cars and some pictures and some other stuff. And I've still got some of that old Dale stuff from the mid-90s. And then back in the day, I worked for Lowe's. I drove a truck for Lowe's, and I became a Jimmy Johnson fan because he was winning. Appreciate it, Batman. Thanks for hanging out. Listen, being here supports my automotive nonprofit thing that I'm doing. It's a 501c3. It's a real business. You can look it up on the IRS website. But just being here helps me fix other people's cars that can't afford to do it. So I do appreciate it. David over on YouTube. I think that's the problem that people are having with it. It's not like it's not who's the best racer anymore. I guess it's getting political though. I don't know. I haven't been into it in a while. Sometimes things get so big, they get less interesting. Les Fontaines, is that French? Huh? Voulez-vous coucher? Huh? Parlez-vous français? That is generally, you are correct. 1969 Dodge Charger. My favorite truck, the one off the movie Trucks, the alien truck. That's all I know how to say in French, Gina. That's as good as it gets. No mas. Even though that's Spanish. Although it is another romantic language. Yeah, I read something, David, over on YouTube, or a quote that Richard Petty said where it has something to do with things other than being a good racer. Yeah, La Fountain. Appreciate it. John over on TikTok. So I got TikTok on one device and YouTube on another. So if it sounds like I'm talking to myself, it's very likely that's true, or I've got two devices going. I got to meet Richard Petty once upon a time. He signed a couple photographs. Oh yeah, Jeremiah, still rocking that tee. I got another one too. And I got a couple Opryland hats to go with it. Neither, but I am a big fan of Quebec. Appreciate that prodigal. Is that right? I wanted to say prodigal. My dream truck. Well, it's not really a dream truck, but I would love to have a practical truck that could haul a gooseneck 2-car trailer. It would either be an F550 dually or a Shabby. On over on YouTube, we once upon a time, I was involved in this movie project documentary that turned into a nonprofit company, which is kind of my introduction into the whole nonprofit business world, which is one of my motivations behind starting AuxAuto, the largest automotive nonprofit in my neighborhood, in 2021. But the Petty family had gifted us a Dodge Sprinter van because they have a Dodge dealership, and we ended up getting to meet Richard Petty. One of the people in the family, they were like, when you meet Richard Petty, he's just gonna say, "Yeah, buddy," because he's been racing so long, he has a hard time hearing. So when he came out of his trailer, I was like, man, it's really an honor to, just doing the whole thing because it's Richard Petty. He's like, "Yeah, buddy," and then he signed a couple of things for us, which was awesome. I still got one of them. I gave them to a couple of friends of mine because he signed 4 or 5 of them. Welcome back, Nicholas, over on TikTok. Jeff, you into the old New Yorkers? Chrysler, New Yorker, yes. Tommy boy, please tell me you stuck around here. Yeah, I remember Mark Martin in the Valvoline. Yeah, I think TNN was the network that brought it back, which is also why I'm a huge fan of TNN. And then it turned into like the national network, and then Scripps Media, and then Gaylord or something like that. I would probably part with the 74, although I don't really want to, because I want to turn it into a car hauler. Right now, the cars that I own, the 74 New Yorker, the 69 Charger, the 69 Roadrunner, and the 68 300, all run. Currently all run. But if I was to go to a car show, I still think it would be cool to put one of these cars on a trailer and haul it in the 74 to a car show. Westkill, I didn't know that was happening because I would have went to it, and that was my own fault for not really being in tune with what's going on. But the people that put that on is Raymond Kahn. I think I'm saying his name right. Northeast Ohio Dukes of Hazzard. And one time he came into my live, and I thought it was a bot account because I couldn't believe that he came in here. And he started doing lives on TikTok, and he breaks down some of the jumps that he does, and he shows some of the cars that he's building for those jumps, which is pretty awesome. But yeah, it's Northeast Ohio Dukes. If you like those jumps and you're not subscribed to his channel, you need to on YouTube and TikTok and Facebook. Chase, way too much. Gina, no, I haven't seen those. No, Chad. I am not, sir. Yeah, David over on YouTube. It's like driving a living room. All it needs is a television. Just needs a television and a VCR. Man, that's some smooth jams. Some of these royalty-free AI music ones, they're pretty lit, as the young folks say these days. I actually just remembered this. I'm supposed to shoot a commercial for a local garage door company. That should be kind of fun. Big J. I also love Dodge. Thank you. David over on YouTube. It is it's not. It is during the day. Right now it's cold. I usually sit on that side of the shop, and I've got a bench seat out of a '69 Newport that I sit in. Also because I've got a wireless amplifier or booster on that side by the shop door, but it's cold, so I had to fire up the kerosene heater and let it run for like 30 minutes to warm the place up. But it was so loud. It turned on a little bit ago and it scared the crap out of me because I forgot that I had it. But now it's getting a little chilly. But it's the kind of chilly. It's the kind of chilly that I like. You know, when it's just a little cold and you got to wear a hoodie. You wake up in the morning, you're like, man, it's cold out here. But then by noon, it's like 65 degrees. Wind's blowing in your hair. Yeah, that's what it is, Dave. David, that's what it is. Big J, my favorite year of Dodge is anything between 65 and 75. I know these things are so broad, but actually I could probably rake that in. 68, 9, 70. Good cars, good music. I would say if I had to narrow it down, I would say 68, 9, and 70. Based on the some of the projects that I have, being the 69 Charger, the 69 Roadrunner, the 68 300, and then the 74. But I've got more in that 69, 68, 69 time frame. Little Jimmy, my daughter found this at a flea market in Nashville, Tennessee. And she said, that looks like something my dad would wear. I want to get that for him. And she did, and she was right. The cool kid, appreciate you. 1970 Plymouth Cuda, yeah. Hemi Cuda, that's a high dollar car. I don't know what you said, Ernesto, but I think I appreciate it. I've got TikTok on one device, I've got YouTube on the other, so sometimes when it seems like I'm talking to myself, it's very likely that I am, but also another reason is probably because I'm responding to somebody on another device. Like David's over on YouTube. Ever work on any new Dodges? The newest Dodge that I've worked on recently was a 2015 Ram 1500 that got the dreaded Hemi tick after 240,000 miles. But it's also my truck. And I took the engine out, took it apart, put new pistons on it, put new connecting rods on it, replaced the cam and the number 5 lifter that failed, put it all back together, and now I've got some engine or electronic engine codes that I just cannot figure out, and I don't know why I can't figure it out. For instance, I ran it on a real scanner, not the O'Reilly scanner, but like a real one from a real mechanic friend of mine, and it said that I was having a fuel injector failure on number 6 cylinder. This is kind of an example because there's 4 different error codes. And so I changed the 8 to the 6, and it said I was still having a number 6 failure. So I don't know what's going on with it. I recently ordered a new cam sensor and a new crank sensor. I'm going to put those in and see if that alleviates my issue. But I would really like to fix that truck because that was my primary means of transportation up until I took it apart. And if I can get it running again, I will still drive it at 240 something thousand miles. Even though it's not running, I still saved more money than it would have been taking it to a shop to get it fixed. But we'll see. You know, I wonder, I might try to do that tomorrow. It's been 2 years since I took that apart. Polish, I know a lot of times at Hemi Tick, it usually would come a lot earlier than that. So I was hoping that I had maybe in the 2015 era. I thought that I had dodged that, and then it started ticking, and I thought it was because a lot of times people confuse the broken exhaust manifold bolts with Hemi Tick, because I've replaced that once before, and then I fixed those, but it wasn't. It was metal, and then the check engine light came on with the tick, which usually means it's the lifter failure. But I was hoping that I missed it, and that I didn't, and I think it's still. I mean, if I could figure out the electrical issue, I got another 240,000 miles on the thing. Dang, Detroit's hitting it. You're going to make me fat with all this cake and ice cream. Yeah, Marshall, the Hemi Tick for the failed lifter is an oil pump issue. You're supposed to run, at least in my truck that I have, you're supposed to run premium in it, and it will ping, but not tick. A lot of people confuse the Hemi Tick with the exhaust manifold bolts breaking, but the ping's different from the tick. But when you're, it was. I think, oh man, I should have the cam here somewhere. You want to see the cam that came out of it? Yeah, the issue is I think the heads are aluminum, the engine block is cast, and the bolts are steel, or not steel, but they're 3 different metals, and they all heat and cool differently. And that's why the exhaust manifold bolts break. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I broke something. I have the lifter somewhere, but I was doing what's up, Aaron? David's over on YouTube. I was hoping it would be a grounding issue or something, but I went through the wiring harness a couple times. But maybe, I don't know. I was showing someone the difference between a roller and flat tappet. I have the one that failed somewhere, but this is the cam out of my 2015 Ram truck. And I don't know if you can tell which one wore out. Not so much here or here, but right here. Unfortunate. This one looked like it was about to go too. I got cams all over the place. I got a cam out of a, I don't even know what that one's too. Here's the one out of the Charger. $69 $383. Yeah, that was pretty bad. I feel like the RAM is salvageable. I hope it's just one of the sensors. Appreciate it, AA Ron. That would make a pretty cool wind chime, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's a little dull. Oh, and so I was doing this live one time, and I was showing someone the difference of some of these old parts. But this is the piston and connecting rod out of, this is one of the new ones that I messed up on. I don't know what I did wrong or why this didn't end up in the truck. But I had quite an issue. Oh, no, I don't remember. But I had an issue getting these wrist pins in there. Because when I took my Ram apart, they weren't moving. Like, this wasn't happening, and I couldn't figure out why it was. So I ended up just replacing all the connecting rods and the pistons. But compare this dude. A 5.7 2015 Ram truck piston to a 7.2 liter 440 piston. Big hunk of junka. Name, I'm in Tennessee. Because you're the only 10 I see. Okay. You talking about the Ram, Marshall? Yeah, very, very much, Name. Come on back, Mr. Garver. Yeah, David over on YouTube. I think I'm going to try those sensors, but it would be kind of wild if after 2 years, all I needed to do was replace the crank sensor and then it drives again. Because it is something electrical. Mechanically, the truck runs and the battery's dead in it, but when I would start it, it would sit there and it would run. And then after about 10 seconds, it would start getting all these confusing codes and it start running rough. And I could drive it around my complex here. And, but I'm, that would be kind of wild that after 2 years, all it was just a sensor I got to replace. Oh, I got surprises in the shop. TV boy. That is a 1969 Dodge Charger. Oh man, somebody just said something and it made me think about something. Let me just scroll back here. Yep, don't remember. The blue one's a 1979 Ford F-150. That's how it always is, David, over on YouTube. It'll be something stupid and easy. And I'll be like, man, that thing's been sitting for this long. But I hope it is. Man, I had a thought. It was so interesting. And I don't remember what it was. Yep, I don't remember. K-Dog, which one? Orange, yellow, green, or yellow? Orange, dark yellow, green, or dark yellow or blue? Black roof. Well, I got two black roofs. One's a 1968 Chrysler 300, 447/27. The other one is a 1969 Plymouth Roadrunner with its Plymouth Roadrunner 383 and a 4-speed manual transmission. Oh, that was the 300. K-Dog digging those C bodies. I like it. Oh, hopefully. Send me a picture of it, Steve. Is it just like this one? This one's obviously a reproduction. It's not anything that's original or worth any money unless it's worth things to me sentimentally. Over on YouTube, David's, what's your opinion of, I'm assuming car companies using V6 with turbos instead of V8s? Yeah, car companies. They're not going to last as long. You got a 6-cylinder and you're that's a lot more stress on the engine. It's going to be great. Of course, car companies aren't really concerned about longevity. It's not really their thing. It's, buy a car for 5 years and then buy another one from us for 5 years. So they've never really been concerned about longevity. But I would rather have a non-turbo 8-cylinder that lasts me 20 years so I can get my value out of it rather than having to buy a new car every 10 years. Unless they were easy to work on where you could replace head gaskets, but they're just not. Nothing is anymore. Yeah, for towing. Whew. Yeah, that'll be even worse. I'd rather haul stuff in my 74 New Yorker. Big country. It kind of depends. So my 69 Charger has the original interior. I have the original engine right here. It's the 1969 383. Spun a cam bearing, lost oil pressure, trying to get it fixed and put it back in there. But that car with the original engine, with the original drivetrain, original interior, would be worth more than just a Frankenstein car like it is now. I've got a 440 out of a 1973 RV in it. But the fact that I have the original engine helps the value of it. But it's also a little bit subjective about who would be willing to buy it. Not enough to retire on, I'll tell you that much. Which one, Iron Man? I am Iron Man. Well, the value of the engine kind of depends on whether it's with its original car. I mean, I bet you could buy a 383 engine on Facebook for $1,200. But the fact that this is the numbers matching engine that goes to the car values it with the car instead of like me selling it just by itself. Iron Man, I missed it, but I've got, this is a 1974 Chrysler New Yorker, and the other Yaller car is a 1968 Chrysler 300. Oh, Steve with the 383. That's the one thing I like about this Roadrunner. A lot of people had Roadrunners or knew somebody that had one. So when I take it to a car show or I drive it around, inevitably somebody will come up and be like, man, my uncle had one of these, or my brother did, or I did, or whatever, and they'll have a story about it, which is pretty cool. It's what I like about car stuff. My first introduction to old cars was a 72 Plymouth Gold Duster that my parents had. They drove it from Michigan to Georgia, Georgia to Michigan, Michigan to California, California to Michigan, Michigan to Tennessee. Slant 6, 1972 Plymouth Gold Duster. No air condition. Old school. What's up, Meow? It's been a while. Where you been? Gina's still hanging in there. How you doing, Gina? I didn't even ask you how your weekend was. How rude of me. Just a rude dude. My most sincere apologies. I got TikTok on one device and I got YouTube on the other. I'm hanging out here at the complex I call Auxland, which is the home base for AuxAuto, the automotive nonprofit that provides financial mechanical assistance to people that depend on their transportation for a living. I basically pay the shop bills for people that can't afford to make their vehicles safe or operational. I come on here and I wear this cool jacket my daughter got me, and I showcase some of the vehicles that I have out here on my property, some of the projects that I work on, and hope that people follow along. And maybe one day all of those follows and subscriptions can turn into a way to pay for the AuxAuto assists that I do. Hey, you got a new grandson coming in. That's awesome. Have you already assigned them a classic car, Gina? David's over on YouTube. First car was a Fury. What year? You got a little bit of time, Gina. Yeah, it's cold. That's why I'm not sitting down, because it's cold. And where I am on the other side of the shop, I have to have the door open so my internet wireless booster can send signal into my shop, because the metal shop's like a giant Faraday cage and no signal gets out. And I had the kerosene heater over there. Plus, I'm really tired, and if I sit down, I might fall asleep, and that'd be really boring. David's over on YouTube, a 78 Fury. Dang. Yeah, I want one. Dime, is that Grandma behind you? Sure is. That's Granny. Actually, this one's name is Carol. This one's name is Bill. This one's name is General for whatever reason. I don't know why. I don't think I have a name for the 74 yet. Oh no, it's a 74 New Yorker. I get what you're saying now. Back when all those 70s cars were trying to look elegant. '79 Cordoba with a 7440 out of a 28-foot champion motorhome. That's what I've got in the Charger right now. A 73 RV engine. I've been good, meow. Just hanging out doing lives and stuff. This is the actual original engine for the Charger, but right now I got a motorhome engine in there. Well, Ryan, I sure do appreciate that, child. David's over on YouTube. Yeah, I remember the Cordovas. I almost bought one after the Imperial project that I got. That's still a project. It wasn't that expensive, but there was something about the front end of those cars and the headlights that I liked. It was weird, but I liked it. It was kind of reminiscent of the late '70s Chargers. But I couldn't pull the trigger on it. Where are you at in that project, fishing? Like body work or engine stuff? Meow coming in strong with them Fords. You're a better person than I am. I can't do the body work. I'm just not good at it. Yeah, Dave, it's over on YouTube. I don't know. Round headlights are my thing for one, and I don't know. There was just something about the front end of that car that I still dig. Ryan, I took this original engine out of the Charger because I spun a cam bearing and I lost oil pressure, and I found a 440 from a '73 motorhome from a guy down in Elora, Tennessee. And because I want to preserve this one. And I was like, yeah, I'll get that fixed, but I'll get it fixed later. Now is later because I have it disassembled. But I wanted to find something to put in the Charger just to drive it and put miles on it because I don't have any 1,000 horsepower cars or drag cars or anything. I've just got a bunch of cruisers. So I wanted to find an engine that I could put, if I wanted to put, 1,200 miles on it, that I would just drive it. So that's kind of where it sits. Chris, I got this on eBay. Matter of fact, I loved it so much, I found another one on eBay. I also got a couple Opryland hats on there. TNN Motorsports hat on there. Yeah, that was one of the things when I got back from Holly Mo Party. I was really interested in building a horsepower project. But here's the thing, though. If I get this 383 back in the Charger, I've got this 73 RV 440 that I don't have a project to put it in. So technically, I mean, the RV 440s are great foundations for building horsepower cars. I don't know. I mean, turned it into something maybe. over on YouTube. I've not seen the new Chevelle SS. I don't think. No, I don't think that I have. But I mean, just imagine, I've got a machine shop guy. He rebuilt the engine in my Roadrunner, and I'm pretty happy with it. But if I took that 440 out there to him and I said, "Hey, build me a 1,000 horsepower engine," he could do it. Of course, I'd have to pay him, which that'll be a little bit more difficult. Charles, the 1885 Benz motor wagon. You talking about the first motor vehicle in the history of the world? Larry, I used to watch NASCAR a lot more than I do now. Good call on that, though. That Benz was like the first car. A large pizza and an apple juice. Adam, how'd you know that? You spying on me? Who are you? Hunter, that's a 1979 Ford F-150 truck. Over on YouTube, I thought the Chevelles already are kind of hard to come by. What's up, Zay? Dakota digging on the general. I appreciate that. Appreciate it, Zay. It's a culmination of a lifetime's efforts. Plus another one I got in another building, but it's disassembled. I don't know about luck over there, you, that I can't really pronounce the rest of your name. I've been trying to do this since I was 12 years old, and it didn't happen until I was in my 40s. So I'd say when preparation meets opportunity. Ewans, okay. Ewans. Tell Ewans what. Tell Ewans what. I'm sorry, I missed some things here. Gig Kills says, my background is a green screen. Now, how do you think that I got TikTok on one device and YouTube on the other. I don't know how I would green screen both of those, for one. Two, I'm here promoting my automotive nonprofit, and if you want me to prove it, I'll walk back there 10 feet. But the thing is, the deal is, you got to follow along my journey. That's right. It's hard working coming up with the green screen. That's what it is. It's not a green screen like some of these young folks out there trying to sell courses with Lamborghinis in the background saying, you want to buy a Lamborghini, then subscribe to my course that I'm going to sell you, which means that you're going to go sell a course and you're going to jump on my multi-level marketing scheme or insurance or digital products. That's the other one. I'm going to sell my digital products and I want to show you how to do it. Eva, that's a 1974 Chrysler New Yorker. Appreciate it, David's over on YouTube. I'll do my best. And thanks for hanging out. That is, in fact, a 1969 Dodge Charger General Lee replica. Sitting under the plastic tarp. Bobby, too much. Way too much. There's the value of the car, and then there's the value of what I want to sell it for, and nobody would ever buy it for that much. Fran, that is in fact a Chrysler New Yorker. Very nice. Good eye. It's not an original not an original General Lee, but it's an original '69 Charger. It's still got its original interior. I got the engine right here. Hey, Bobby, listening to that. It's Whiskey Jazz on YouTube. Royalty-free Whiskey Jazz. Ask away, Michael. I am here to answer questions for you, sir. What's up, Vinny? Hey, Gig. I'll prove it to you. I don't know what you want me to do, but I'm not going to compromise my morals and values to prove it to you. But I'll walk back there. And I'm not dancing. It is a '69 Frontera. Man, listen to that. Listen to that Whiskey Jazz. Dakota, that's actually green. It's a 1969 Plymouth Roadrunner. That's right, Gina. I ain't dancing unless someone's paying. And I'm not talking about dollar bills. Oh. Get your mind out of the gutter. Evan, I like everything. I grew up a GM kid. I migrated over to Mopars at some point in my early teens. And I have a deep fascination and appreciation and intrigue with Ford Motor Company. Yo, what's up, Phalos? Actually, that's a good point, Local. I've been trying to prove that it's not a green screen, but all I really got to do, I mean, I got videos of my shop and the cars. It's not as fun, though. The only car, well, I got a couple of them, but they're I got a '69 Newport that's a parts car for my '69 Imperial, and then I've got an '88 Fifth Avenue that's like a promo car for my nonprofit, which is AuxAuto, which is why I'm here. I'm promoting my automotive nonprofit, AuxAuto, that provides financial mechanical assistance to people that depend on the transportation for getting through life. I basically, at this point, I pay the shop bills for people that can't afford to make their vehicles safe or operational, and I come in here and I try to promote it, try to get people to follow along, subscribe, showcase some of the projects that I have, and hopefully one day those subscriptions and follows turns into a way that I can pay for all of these AuxAuto assists. I've done 15 of them so far to the tune of about $15,000, which averages out to about $1,000 for each. But I've had like some shop bills be $350 and some of them be $200 or $2,500. But that's why I'm here. That's why I'm promoting it, and I am the president of it. Yes. In the state of Tennessee, you've got to have a nonprofit, a 501c3. You have to have a board of directors, which I do, but I still make all the decisions. But it's a small nonprofit. I can't fix everybody's car. It's hard to do that, especially for people that are far away, long distance, that I don't know. Usually the AuxAuto assists come from a person that I know, through a person from a person. The last one that I did, AuxAuto 15, what AuxAuto Assist 15 was a teacher in Nashville, Tennessee, and she was a friend of the wife of a friend of mine, and that's how I heard about it. But that's kind of how it is right now because I have to have some kind of vetting process because I don't just contact a shop in Wamsutter, North Dakota, and just pay for their bill because I don't really know where it's going to. But one of the cool things about these lives, I've actually met people that have garages. They're actual real mechanics that do it for a living, and I've only met a couple of them, but now that I know who they are and I've had contact with them and I know they have a real shop, it's getting to a point where they could technically reach out and say, hey, I watch your live, we're friends now. And I've got this person in here and they're looking at this, $800 shop bill. They know who they are. I don't, but they can vouch for them. And then AuxAuto can cover it. So that's one of the reasons that I come in here for these lives is to also expand my networking capabilities. So anyway, that's my spiel. I'll say it again like 400 times throughout the night. I missed it, Max. What is it? Tell you what, I missed it. I'm sorry. I was jibber jabbering about this automotive nonprofit thing that I do. Max, it comes with a story. If you want to hear the story. Depends on if you got 3 to 5 minutes. So there was a period of time in my life where I was going through a rough patch in my holy matrimony, and I ended up moving back to my hometown where my car was parked. And at the time, the car was black vinyl top, racing stripe on the back of it. It was orange, different wheels on it. It had a black hood scoops in it. And when I went back to my hometown, in the house where my parents live, we were basically roommates. I mean, we were roommates, whatever. And my car was gone. And I was like, where's the charger? Like I'm leaving a situation which is already detrimental enough. Where's the one thing that provides me with this like mental stability and solace? And it just wasn't there. And my dad was like, I don't know. What do you mean? Where is it? In the basement. It's not in the basement. Where is it? I don't know. What's the big deal? What do you mean? What's the big deal? And my mom, same thing. I don't know where it is. Maybe let's go over to the neighbor's house. Maybe they heard something. We go over to the neighbor's house who actually does body work, paints cars. And inside my neighbor's garage was my charger, completely stripped down, quarter panels replaced, in the process of being partially restored. This is 2007. This person moved in next door to my parents, and what he does body work on cars. So my dad took it over there to have it partially restored. Didn't tell me about it. So I'm freaking out. I'm like, okay, here. I'm already going through something, and then your car's gone. All right, no big deal. But it turns out that he snuck it over there. He was hoping to have it done, but it didn't really turn out that way. But that was 2007, and the guy that did it did a great job, but he also got foreclosed on in 2008, so he had to leave, so he didn't get it finished like he wanted to, I'm sure. There's a couple imperfections on it, which doesn't really matter, because, we're all imperfect. Nobody's perfect. And then I had to finish putting together the front end of it and all the vacuum for the headlights that go up and down. And then he left town, and I haven't seen him since. Favorite Hemi is a 426. Thanks, Gina. Even though I think you've heard that one before, so sorry for boring the crap out of you. No, I missed who asked that about racing. I don't race for anything competitive. I was racing in this circuit called Hoopty Cross, where you just race a piece of junk car for fun. I was primarily doing it for promotion for my automotive nonprofit, but There is a chance I'm going to get into something else promoting my automotive nonprofit. And I don't know what that is yet. I don't know if it's going to be drag racing. I don't know if it's going to be like burnout car or what's the other one everybody does at car shows? Can't think of it. Rally. Oh man, I'm getting old. Max, the Charger originally came out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. The 74 New Yorker came out of Athens, Tennessee. The 69 Roadrunner came out of originally Detroit and then Putnam County, Tennessee. And the 68 300 came from New York. And then I got it out of White County, Tennessee. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing something because I keep going to these car shows and I just take a car there and then I kind of walk around and talk about my automotive nonprofit. But I really think it's time to get involved in something. I think it would be a lot more fun, more beneficial. Thank you, Roman. I don't know, Max, but everything that I've got here aside from the Charger, the 79 Ford truck isn't mine. I'm working on it for somebody else. Even the Imperial I got, the Newport I got, the 88 that I have, all came from Facebook Marketplace. Appreciate it, Nikki. Living Dead. Nikki the Living Dead. The Living Dead. Yeah, Gina, I don't know what I want to do, but you know about my diesel discretions on the Imperial project. Somebody needs to give Nikki some cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Bring her back to life. J Money, yeah, you know what's up with the TNN. I was one of those kids that was watching that show like ridiculous. Oh, Kevin, you're going to give me a heart attack talking about these cars. That is a great question. So here's what's funny. When my dad and I got this 69 Charger, that's back when you could buy them for $6,000. I spent a lot of time driving around the back roads of Kentucky, Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama, going to sawmills because my dad was buying lumber for a manufacturing company, and I was out looking for Chargers while he was out doing business because that's where you find them out in the sticks. We ended up finding a 68 Charger that was just the shell of a car with some random parts, and that was delivered to the house. There's a whole other story associated with that one. And then after that 68, we found another 68 Charger in Red Bowling Springs, Kentucky, I think it was. But the idea was to take the green Charger and put the parts on it take the metal off the white Charger and put it on the green Charger because the green Charger was running and driving, and it was like $3,000. So in 2003 or so, you know, I go off to school. I'm trying to learn stuff, and the cars are just kind of sitting around. And I meet this young lady, fall in love with her, want to marry her. So I decide I'm going to buy her a ring, right? Well, I can't afford a ring. But what I do have is two 1968 Chargers that are sitting in the house collecting rust. So I decide it'll be a good idea to sell those cars for $3,500 in 2003. $3,500. $3,500. I sold those cars for $3,500. So anyway, in 2019, when I start getting back into car stuff, because I spent a good chunk of my adult life raising my kid, which is the best thing I could have ever possibly done in the history of the world, of the galaxy. And we're at my ex-in-laws, and my daughter finds a picture of these two Chargers, white 68 and the green 68. And she's like, hey, do you remember these? And I I actually got sick to my stomach, because in the time that transpired, the value of those Chargers went up ridiculous. So those two cars, if I hung on to those two cars, and I don't get rid of stuff, but if I hung on to those two cars, it could have paid for her whole college tuition. And I sold them for a ring that I never bought. Those are the two cars that I wish I never got rid of, the 268s. Anyway, if I keep talking about it, I'm going to start crying. I mean, I cry a lot anyway. I'm just saying I'll have a reason to this time. Okay. I had to text my therapist about that one. I missed a lot of things, but EV, Stacy David still does stuff on YouTube or Facebook, just like Tommy Boschers. I'm probably saying his name wrong, but he left all of those TV stuff, but then they're carrying on their stuff on their own, on their social medias. Stacy David's still out there. Appreciate it, Landry. Dakota, I don't have a. Are you looking at buying one? I don't have a Super Bee here. I've got a Roadrunner and a Charger. You must be a B-Body fan. Yeah, he can, but you know those TV show ones. It was kind of frustrating because they'd be like, "Here's how you change. Here's how you do this certain thing," and then in like 3 minutes they've rebuilt the engine, and you're like, "Oh, okay." It was motivating, that's for sure, but it's really hard to squeeze, a whole build into 30 minutes. Samuel, too much. Thank you, Walker. The Roadrunner actually came with a lot of paperwork, and that was one of the reasons I was drawn to it, because it's got the original appraisal, estimate, bill of sale, original owner's notes that he was scratching out on a pad, the rust process, a copy of the check he bought it with, like a bunch of stuff that came with it. Me, I was going to start doing the auction now. Book. That sounds like a Talladega Nights. Appreciate it, Landry. I also like it. I don't even know what a CVPI is. How many years have I been alive? Or how many years have I been into automotive stuff? Or how many years have I been awesome? Is that what you're asking? It's local. Forever. The 69 Charger came about. It was a me and my dad thing. I'd drive around with him while he was buying lumber for a manufacturing company. And we'd find some of these old cars and take them in. I always said that I would never sell this Charger, and I'm glad I never did. But then as I became an adult, I started again in 2019 as my kid was getting older and starting to do things with her friends. And I got really motivated by a lot of these YouTuber folks, and I'm glad that happened because I spent the time doing what I needed to do for the time that I needed to do it, and then I got back to things that I enjoy and that I like in life. Hunter, this one is a 74 New Yorker, and this one is a 68 300. My first car was a 1990 Chevy Suburban with 3 bench seats in it. It also had 3 CB antennas, 2 on the side view mirrors, and then 1 in the center. It was a K40 in the center. I had a PA system on there, and I had for a while I had a cow skull mounted to the grill in the front, but in the eyes I had mounted purple lights. That was my first car. What would I recommend to build for a for someone that wants to rebuild classics? What would anything? I mean, really. I don't know if you're like getting into it or if it's something that you already work on cars. But honestly, if you're just based on what I think I know, I would find anything. I mean, all of the engines basically work the same. Find something that you can afford that parts aren't that expensive, because you're going to take a piece of junk and you're going to buy it for whatever it is. And if you get it to be running and driving condition, it's going to be worth more than it was. Too much, William. Too much. Yeah, Remington, actually, believe it or not, for the first time ever, all of the cars actually run. I put a new starter on the 68 last weekend, so they all run. Get back with me next week. That'll probably change. Kevin, honestly, that sounds like a good deal. The thing is, the worse off the car is, the more stuff you're going to learn about it. I mean, if it's got rusted floors, you're going to learn how to weld, or you're going to learn how to patch floors up a different way. It's not something that happens quick. It's like investing. You're not going to buy a car for $500 today and sell it next week for $20,000. It's kind of like the thing that's always there to give you the escape from everything else that you deal with. And so the crappier car that you buy, the more time that you have away from the things that you don't enjoy. And it's also frustrating as crap, but it's the good frustrating. Levi, that's a 1974 Chrysler New Yorker. William, now don't be compromising your values just for a car. Remington, you talking about the 74? I forgot which one you were talking about. I should say I've got TikTok on one device and I've got YouTube on the other, so if it sounds like I'm talking about people that aren't there, I could be hearing voices, but that's beside the point. I have 2 devices going. Remington, it's got a 440 from a 1973 RV in it. I took out the original engine, which is right here, because I lost oil pressure, spun a cam bearing. Currently in the process of trying to get that alleviated, but in the meantime, I've got a 440 from a 1973 RV that I just have in there to cruise. Get it, Levi. I don't think Ford parts are too bad to find. Lincoln parts, Ford Lincoln, Mercury. Kevin, first of all, let me just screenshot this so I can follow you. Basically, AuxAuto is an automotive nonprofit that provides financial mechanical assistance to people that depend on their transportation for a living. I've kind of morphed into, originally I brought cars out here and I worked on them, but it kind of wasn't a really good allocation of time or resources. So now what I do is I coordinate with shops around where people need assistance. And I basically pay the shop bills for people that can't afford to make their vehicle safe or operational. I'm a really small automotive nonprofit. I'm a small nonprofit in general. So a lot of the ones that I come across are basically from somebody that knows me, because it's really hard to have like a vetting process. I can't just get a message from somebody that says, hey, my car broke down and it's going to be $1,200 and then send them some money. I do occasionally get donations, and it would be it wouldn't make sense just to send money out with no vetting process. Nobody's really going to want to do that. Nobody's going to want to donate money to that, and I can't really account for it. So it's kind of like a word of mouth thing at this point. But basically, I pay shop bills for people that can't afford to make their vehicles safe or operational, for people who use their vehicles to get to things in life, like going to work, going to school, going to medical appointments, taking kids places, that kind of stuff. There's a lot of nonprofits that house people, that clothe people, that feed people, but there's also a lot of people that are just trying to make it. And the one thing keeping them from doing that is their vehicle, their transportation, getting there. So that's kind of what I'm doing. Oh, I'd love to. I'll send you a message on here. AuxAuto is a 501c3 in the state of Tennessee, tax exempt. But that's the other thing. Whenever I pay these shop bills, the last one that I did was for a teacher in Nashville, Tennessee, around where I live. I just sent them, I was going to say a fax. I was going to say that I faxed them my tax exempt certificate, but I emailed it to them. So usually, I mean, obviously, depending on how much it is, it saves a couple of $100. Plus, when and if I work on cars out here, I can buy those parts tax-free, which is kind of the benefit. Not for my projects, but for when I'm working on somebody else's. Dakota, I'm Central Time Zone. It's 9:47. Moonshine. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that all of his tools are a good memory. Dang, Levi. Grandpa had all the right cars. Local, I think I missed it, but I appreciate you being here. Like I said, you being here helps me promote the thing that I'm trying to do. So I do appreciate it. If only subscriptions and follows were tax exempt. Yeah, I will, Kevin. I screenshotted this so I can send you one when I get off of here. J-Dub. This General Lee has the markings of the early General Lees on like the first 5 episodes. Truck in the back is a 1979 Ford F-150. Gina, you out? That's right, Kevin. Thanks for hanging out, Gina. Maybe I'll see you this week from my alternate location. Gina's the OG. She's one of the ones, unlike I think my first live that I ever did. Not that I ever did, but when I started doing this a little more constantly, not consistently, but constantly, Gina was in there promoting it. And from the beginning. Marissa, I wish Dodge would sponsor me. I was involved with a movie project years ago where Dodge did sponsor us. Also Delta Airlines and a bunch of other companies. That was when I was doing film festival stuff. Ford Ranger. No, it's all right, Marissa. Hey, I would love for Dodge to sponsor AuxAuto. The whole thing that I'm doing here is an automotive nonprofit. The short version is that I pay the shop bills for people that can't afford to make their vehicle safe or operational, and I come on here and I try to promote it and showcase some of the stuff that I have. No one's going to stop on a video of me sitting there talking about things, so I got to wear something that stops people because I'm not as interesting. And I'm not doing no dadgum dances. Ain't no trends happening with this guy. Yeah, send them. What's wrong with it? I can try to help. Doesn't mean I will. You ain't gonna learn nothing on this channel. Done, meow. Wouldn't that be cool to be able to do that though one day? It would be cool to have a network of shops where I'm able to do that. People that are trusted where, I mean, the thing is, the folks get their cars fixed. The shops get their bills paid. Like, I know that there's a lot of time that people actually have real mechanic shops and they've got somebody who needs their car fixed. But I mean, it kind of puts the shop in a bad situation because a person depends on their transportation, and the only way to get their car running is, a $1,500 bill. It's not the shop's job to fix people's cars for free. So, I know a lot of times, a lot of these shops that I've worked with, they realize what I'm doing, so they'll try to cut costs as much as possible, or give me discounts. But at the end of the day, they're a business and they have to pay their employees. It's their responsibility to not go broke, because they have an obligation to their employees also. So when you got somebody who's struggling, my idea or my concept, if and when it gets big enough, is to be able to cover those bills, and the shop gets paid, the person gets their car, I get to make a video about it. No, nobody signed it. Meow. I don't know if I'd really want them to, but I guess maybe. Marissa, we used to do that on my parents' 1972 Plymouth Duster. The first time I tried to get into this Charger through the window, or I was getting out of the car, and my jean pocket got hooked on the lock that was up, and it ripped my jeans, and I fell out backwards. That was in high school when I weighed about 50 pounds more than I do now. It was entertaining. Of course, that was before anybody had video on their phone, so nobody could have recorded it. Although one time, kind of similar, I did a reverse burnout in the car, and as soon as I stopped it, there stood a officer of the law. Got arrested. Marissa, I'm in Middle Tennessee. Washington County, Washington, D.C., Washington on the East Coast. Sorry, West Coast. Directions. Okay. Washington. So you're from Washington, not Washington. Dang, Kevin, you guys probably know each other. Washington. Why, user? You don't believe me? You ever hear like say somebody's from Wamsutter, North Dakota, and then somebody else is like, oh, I lived there for 2 years. And like, oh, well, you know, Jim and Nancy Abingdale. So there's a lot of people in cities. How would I happen to know the one person from the city that you're from? Marissa, maybe you and Kevin know each other. I don't know. You want to hear a random story about somebody who knows somebody, I guess is the best way to put it. Nick Dale's a little better looking than this guy, I'll tell you that much. And he ain't got to use a green screen. Green screen. Thank you, Nick. Got a couple of projects that I'm working on, but currently they all run, believe it or not. Sloth. Yeah, so I think what I'm going to do, it's 10, maybe at 10:30. I think at 10:30, I'll go take a tour of the cars. I'm on here trying to promote my automotive nonprofit, and I'll probably do it for a couple more hours. But I think at 10:30, we'll go walk around and look at some of the cars, and maybe I'll start one or two of them up. But it's hard to do it every single time somebody wants to, which I would love to. But I also just recently burnt the starter out in the 68 300. I put a new starter in that last weekend. Kevin, oh man, that's kind of deep. I don't know if I would be able to get into that. I could be really vague about it. Hello, Daniel, big Dukes of Hazzard fan. No, well, I mean, occasionally we talk about real stuff on here, and I'm fine doing that. I just don't know if anybody's really ready to hear the whole story about some of the things that I've had endured. But I tell you what, we'll just say that there was a relationship that I was in where I I learned about addiction, abuse, computer forensics, um, body language, pretty much everything that you could think of that would give you the tools to determine the truth of anything that you encounter, I guess is the best way to put it. I haven't jumped in general, but I've jumped 88 Fifth Avenue about 30 feet once. It's kind of one of those things, Kevin, where I think, I mean, speaking from a man's perspective, there's those times when you feel like where you are and what your expectations aren't meeting where you think you should be. And then on top of that, you're having to deal with things that you shouldn't have to deal with. Oh, and mental health, that was the other thing. All of those things I feel like were imposed on me, but they kind of changed my perspective of how I see a lot of things. And here's the thing, because I don't even want to not talk about that stuff. I was supposed to do a podcast with a guy out in Idaho and talk about that stuff, which I'm not really saving it for that, but I don't want to. I don't. It gets pretty deep, and it's good stuff. It's interesting, but I don't really want to divulge. I don't really want to jump into that right now, even though I do, but I don't. But I kind of do, but I don't. No, duckweed. I don't race. I raced in a fun series called Hoopty Cross for a while, and it was just kind of a points thing where a bunch of people got together and networked and made cool videos. That really was for promotion. You know, everybody's got their situations and their stories, and Moore's Garage, what's up? Yeah, so my shop, it's kind of old. Some of the insulation that's up on the ceiling, it crumbles and some of the pieces fall down. So, and last weekend I washed it because I took it somewhere, and I just put plastic on it because I didn't feel like washing it again next weekend. No, Kevin, it's completely fine. Honestly, there's been time we talked about pretty serious stuff on here. I mean, obviously, I'm an automotive nonprofit, but the reason that I'm here is to try to make people's lives better. And I've been in situations where my life experience has benefited other people's lives. I guess that's the best way to put it. So some of the worst times that I've ever been through helped somebody else get through what they're going through. And I don't mind talking about them. I just don't want to turn this into a dark, dreary event for the night. Oh, and I got a cowboy hat. But I will get into that stuff in the future. I mean, even the nonprofit comes out of that when, so like I'm the primary custodial parent to my child for reasons that we're kind of talking about. And early on, I had was it 2003 Jeep Liberty, and I remember the air conditioning went out on it, but I couldn't afford to put a new air conditioner in it, so I bought a smaller belt, took the AC unit off, and rerouted the serpentine belt just to bypass it. So gets me driving, gets me where I need to go. But it's kind of those situations where as a single parent trying to figure out how to navigate being a parent and getting through life, it's like, there's not a lot of resources for single fathers, right? There's no single custodial parents. There's no housing. You're not going to find housing as a single father, right? It's all for the mothers. And there's a lot of, whenever you go search for that stuff, there's not there's no resources for it really. And that's one of the things I was looking into, and being a guy that's into cars and having a car that's broken, it's like there's no way I'm going to find a way to get my car fixed when I can't afford it, if none of these government programs help single custodial fathers. There's shelters that are for mothers and kids, and there's food programs for them, there's housing programs for them, but when it comes to us, there just wasn't anything. So that was one of the reasons why I started this, because it affects any parent or anybody that's using their vehicle to try to make something of themselves. Yeah, Max, do it. I remember also, while you're asking that, I even tried to apply for unemployment one time, and I got denied because I was listed as a substitute teacher. That's one of the things that I used to do back in the day. And they're like, well, it looks like you're employed, so you don't qualify for unemployment. And I was like, you talking about the $50 a day that I make substituting one time a week? And that disqualifies me from becoming on unemployment? And they're like, yeah, because it says you're employed. I was like, all right, thanks for the help. Appreciate it. I'll figure it out. It was in Putnam County in Tennessee. But I will say, man, I wasn't living on the street. I've got family that, I did live in a warehouse or sleep in one. The left side driver third lug nut. Do you need to buy it? I bet AuxAuto has it. If you put that specific description in there. Max, where are you from, first of all? That would be so wildly random. Interesting. Yeah, it would have been Putnam County, which is funny because when I substitute taught, there were a couple occasions where the kids were just kind of getting wild. So I made them write a paper about something, like an essay, like a one-page thing, and I kept them all, and I still have them. So I also used to play music for a living, and I got another YouTube channel where it's just all music stuff. And I started reading some of the stuff that people wrote in like, man, it would have been 2008 or 2009. Yeah, me, I only use low viscosity blinker fluid because every time it blinks, I don't want that friction. I mean, technically everything's for sale, but there ain't nobody gonna pay what I want for it just because I'm so attached to it. Well, a lot of these blinkers are post, 73, so they also don't have a lot of torque in them, but they get better blinker mileage. They get better. Hey, Dad, what's up? Have I talked to you since I got new torsion bars? Sand Mountain Ballistics. Why do I know that? I think I follow you or something. Why do I know Sand Mountain Ballistics? Yeah, it's been a while, Dab. But yeah, I think I don't know if you can tell or not, but I think I've got that alleviated. I think I've yeah, I know who you are, but I don't remember why. I think it might be on YouTube, but I know who you are. Yeah, that's right, Deb. For anybody that's interested, I had this issue with the ride height on this Charger for the longest time because it sat really low. Like the fender came over the tire way too far, and I couldn't figure out what it was, and the torsion key was rubbing up against the frame. And Dab had actually made some suggestions, and I ended up flipping through the manual on the 69 Roadrunner and discovered that the torsion bars are specific to each side, which means that they were flip-flopped on mine. So over the last couple of years, they were torsioning the wrong way and probably bending the wrong way. So I put new torsion bars in it and fixed the problem that I've been dealing with since 2007, but Dad helped me do that, and that was because of these lives that I come into. So it's definitely a benefit. Balake, it my place is getting older, and it was old when I bought it, but some of the little the insulation that's in here, like all the white stuff, it's kind of crumbling off, and it falls on the cars. And I washed it like last week, so I put the plastic on there because I'm just kind of tired of stuff getting on there. That the four door back there, the yellow one by the Ford is a 1968 Chrysler 300. And the Charger's got kind of a decent paint job. All the other ones still have their original paint, except for the Ford truck, but that's also not mine. I think Dad worked on these old cars, these kind of old cars, for a living. Pumpkin spice. Yeah, Jacob, I tell you what I'm gonna do here at in like 15 minutes. Um, I'll walk around and kind of get closer to the cars. I think I'm gonna be on here for a couple hours. So basically, what I'm doing is trying to promote my automotive nonprofit. But it's really hard to like go start the cars up every time somebody wants to see them. So I figured even if you don't want to stick around and come back at in 15 minutes, we'll go look at them a little bit closer because there's a couple things I like to point out on them, and a couple of the things that I like specifically about them. How much do you even want for the generally just curious? Dakota, that thing. Like if somebody just wanted to pay me $100,000 for it, I would consider selling it. But it's not worth $100,000. But it is to me. So nobody really in their right financial state of mind would pay that for it. But if somebody, I mean, it's like like they say, anything's for sale for the right price. But I mean, honestly, I would just end up getting another charger and then putting money into it and making another one. So it also doesn't really make any sense to do. It is. It's originally a 383, which is right here. I took it out because it spun a cam bearing, lost oil pressure, and I put in a 1973 440. So right now it's just basically a cruiser. You got it, Meow. 101. That's what Facebook Marketplace is like. Pickett County. I know Pickett County. But first, before Pickett, you got to live in Grundy County. That's actually a county in Tennessee, Grundy County. And then you move to Pickett. No, I wasn't in Pickett. It's funny because when I substitute, I was still playing music. And I had long hair. Looked like a hippie. I would just go substitute and then sell CDs to the class. Anonymous, that is generally, you got it. That's right, I'm actually bald. This is all fake. It's thinning. Okay? There's pieces of the insulation in my roof that fall down on it. Things your brother ever? Are you sure he didn't go to Putnam County? Kevin, I was thinking the drinking game should be every time somebody comes in and says it's a green screen, you got to drink. Hey, yeah, that's cool though. I mean, that's kind of I use my projects to promote my automotive nonprofit, AuxAuto. Sand Mountain Ballistics. When I get off here, I'm gonna go to your YouTube, but I guarantee you, there's I'm gonna know exactly what videos. I'm gonna remember why I know your name. What if it was actually a blue screen though? I mean, we ever thought about that though? Because sometimes it's not green; it's blue. Craig, or I'm always working on them, but no, I've got the plastic on there just to prevent crap from falling on it. I mean, it could be all sorts of colors. Joel, the Porsche is way out of my budget. I have no idea. All right, Max, I appreciate it. I'll also be right back. I shall return momentarily. Oh, hi there. I saw you there. Did you forget about me? I don't dislike Porsches though. Porsche, sorry. What's up, that blue? Henry, no, I do not have any Trans Ams. There is a long list of things that I want, and it pretty much includes everything in the history of automotive culture, aside from squatted trucks. Other than that, and cammed wheels on Hondas. Other than that, yes. Did you have that car and then sold it, Kevin? I'm doing pretty good. Just hanging out, doing the thing that I'm always doing. Jibber jabbering about AuxAuto. Here in a few minutes, we're going to take a little, we're going to go walkabout. I got to stretch the old hammies and look at some of the cars. Yeah, you came in at the right time because I'm here doing about, I'm going to do there about 7 minutes. No, you know, I don't really watch any sports anymore. I don't follow. I used to when I played, and not anymore. But it's hard to keep up. It's like with even with NASCAR. I quit watching it for a couple of years, and then I tried to get back into it, and I have no idea who anybody is anymore. And it's like when, unless I binge watch a TV show, like I'll watch season one, and then season two. I did this with The Walking Dead. I got really into it. Watched season one, season two, season three. Got busy, couldn't really watch anything else for a while. Then I forgot about it. Then I tried to watch season four, And I was like, I don't even know what's happening now. I'm completely lost. I don't know what's going on. But that's kind of what happened with sports. I don't even know who the good players are anymore. I don't even know who the good teams are anymore. If you ain't first, you're last. The Chargers got a 1973 440 in it. Yeah, that blue. I'm here. I'm going to do that here in about 5 minutes. I told some people earlier that I would do it at like in 30 minutes, and that was at 10 o'clock Central Time. So let's say for some random reason they come back, I'm going to at least wait until then. Hello, Rojo. Welcome back. Depends on which one, that blue. And it depends on if it has a battery or not. My great aunt worked at Ford Motor Company during the Iacocca and who's the other guy? Not Yanko. Who's the Ford guy? Yeah, that blue. I don't have a battery in that one right now. Shelby, yeah. She worked at Ford Motor Company during that era. She was a secretary to some of the bigwigs. Bella, I got, this is the 383 out of the 1969 Dodge Charger that's back here. Wyoming. You try to sneak in here? Wyoming cowgirl. Where are you at now? Yeah, from yesterday, you are correct. I had the heater running, and it was close to where the garage door was open that has the internet, or the wireless booster. So I'm on the other side of the shop. Yeah, I'll start the Roadrunner. $550. All right, Kevin. As we say down here in the South, have a good one. That blue, that's a 1968 Chrysler 300. That one and only. That is a, over on YouTube, BG. That is a Generally. You are correct. This one's a 1974 Chrysler New Yorker. So I got TikTok on one device, and I got YouTube on the other. I'm about to take TikTok on a little tour of these cars, so I apologize for the YouTube folk. Sort of that, man. It's I've had that for a while. I didn't do any of the body work on it, but I put the 440 that's in it. Heck yeah, Kevin. Me too. There's the 383. It's got some issues. Here's all the other parts to it. What shelf? Model semi-truck. I got some carburetors. Yeah, Wyoming. Um, this engine was redone. I mean, to the point where somebody painted the interior. I'm not sure about that, but it was done right in my opinion, except for this whole cam bearing issue. So I intend on putting it back together, and I want everything to go back the way it was, because you know how sometimes these lifters, um, they kind of form to the cam lobes. So I want to keep everything, the cam, the lifters, and everything in the same place that they were. Do it, Dean. What you got? Here's my toolbox I've had since the 90s. Yeah, the Man Black. The Charger is, it's got decals that are correct even on the first, like the first 5 episodes. Oh yeah, we were talking about that, I think. Wyoming. Did you get one of these boxes? Yeah, that blue, that's a 1981 Corvette. It's kind of a donation slash trying to figure out what we're doing with the thing. We're not completely sure. The person that actually owns it, they're either going to sign it over to me, I'm going to fix it and sell it and give them what they want, or I'm going to fix it and sell it and I'm going to keep all of it for AuxAuto. I've been kind of contemplating turning it into a promo car of some sort, because it's got some body issues and I've got to do some interior stuff, but it's got a pretty strong 350 in it that I've got running with not from the tank fuel, but we're not sure about what to do with that. So right now it's just kind of sitting. The only thing I've done to it is I got the engine running, feeding the carburetor, and I put new tires on it. This is the 74 Chrysler New Yorker. That blue, and the Corvette's an 81. This thing is not such bad shape. I was telling somebody earlier I want to put new, it kind of sags in the back, but I'd like to put some, get the leaf springs rebent and turn this into a car hauler. I mean, it's basically a truck. The Man, BF Goodwrenches on the Charger. I just got those put on last 2 weeks ago. The green car has got its original 1969 logo. Yeah, the Man. I'm trying to keep up. Got that O'Reilly's battery looking all original over there. Yeah, I'll start this one. This is a Plymouth Roadrunner 383. If this was a 440, it'd be a GTX. They didn't offer the 440 in 69. But I also, this engine has been, yeah, I'll do the interior and then I'll start it. I got this thing running with its original carburetor as it sat, and then I had to do some work on, obviously there's like valves, resistor, but I could never really get it tuned up right, and then I decided to pull the engine out and take it to a machine shop, which I'm glad I did because the thrust bearings were worn out, so the crankshaft was basically moving back and forth, which would have been catastrophic had I kept driving. Could never really get it tuned up like it should anyway. But when I got it machined, I got it bored 30 over, I got new pistons, new rings, new connecting rods were machined, the cam was reground. So it's a strong running 383, but I wanted it still to look like it was an original. So instead of painting everything and making it look like a shiny nugget in the middle of all this original stuff, I kept it looking original. I don't know if you can tell in the back. I don't think you'll be able to see it. Hold on. See that valley pan that's new and shiny? There's a lot of new parts on this. If you look at the front of it, this valley pan, I painted it to make it look like the collision pan. I painted it to make it look like it's old. So I matched the paint on this paint right here. It's all made to look like it's old. This paint is all made to look like it's old because I didn't want a big shiny block in the midst of an original. Not trying to be deceptive, I just wanted it to match. That's all. I got to show you one of the other things I like. We're just moving around everywhere, moving and shaking. That's Bill, the original owner. A couple of pictures of him. The lady that I bought it from, this is her father. He passed away about a year before I bought the car. She said that this is when they came down in 1970 on an exploratory mission to from Detroit. This was at a rest stop somewhere between Detroit and Tennessee. I've got accoutrements from the dealership that he bought it from, Brainell Brothers, same place that the Black Ghost came from. The original appraisal, the statement of vehicle sale, the work order, the window sticker, Bill doing the math to make sure that he could afford the options on it. More of that. And also, one of the things that's kind of funny, when I was showing this, obviously the lady that I bought from knew this existed because she gave it to me, but she pointed out the fact that this is her dad's handwriting and this is her mom's, doing the math to make sure that he wasn't incorrect. It's kind of funny. Original, I guess, proof of payment, receipt, the check that he bought it with, proof of insurance, Z-Bar rust process, build sheet, and then this is all the stuff I did to it. Anyway, a lot of paperwork with it. That's Bill. Oh, my hamstring. as always, it smells glorious in here. You guys watch Vice Grip Garage? That blue, it's crazy you say that because I literally have no neighbors. I'm not in the middle of nowhere. Oh, I missed something. Sorry. I appreciate y'all hanging out here, showing, showcasing some of the projects that I got going on. Showcasing, this is a 1968 Chrysler 300. This side of the car sat on outside of the lean-to that it was parked in, so that kind of some of the other. This side not so much. Doesn't look so bad. Oh, so this is an actual 1969 Plymouth Roadrunner. The one that they're talking about is the Superbird, the one with the wing and the one with the cone on it. Just like this is a 1969 Dodge Charger. The Charger that was similar to the one with the pointy nose on it and the wing was a Charger Daytona. Those are the ones they raced in NASCAR. So in order for them to be able to race in NASCAR, they had to sell 500 of them to the general public. It's called homologation. And they ended up selling like 504 of them because nobody wants to go to the grocery store with a giant wing on their car and a nose on the front. So they weren't popular. Nobody bought them. That's why they're worth like $600,000 today. But yeah, that is a Roadrunner, but it's a Roadrunner Superbird. Just like the Charger is the Charger Daytona. Yeah, I just started this one. No, Madden, it's not for sale. I showed you the engine torn apart in this car. Something like a transformer. This is the 1973 440 out of an RV that I put in here. I appreciate Ress. I showcase some of the stuff that I got in here, but the reason I'm here is I promote my automotive nonprofit. The whole purpose of that is to provide financial mechanical assistance to people that can't afford to make their vehicle safer operational. At this point, I basically pay the shop bills for people that depend on their transportation, for doing things like going to work, picking up kids, and going to medical appointments, and then I showcase some of the projects that I have out here. And I come on TikTok and YouTube and just try to promote it, get people to follow along and subscribe, and hopefully one day all those subscriptions and follows can turn into a way to pay for all of the AuxAuto assists that I do. Yeah, this is the 69 Charger. With all the flowy plastic, my ceiling just like drops little pieces of junk. Thank you, Mox. I actually just, earlier, have you guys ever heard of Vice Grip Garage, or if you watch Vice Grip Garage? Surely somebody's heard of that channel. He's pretty popular. So he's part owner, or he owns a muffler shop. And that muffler shop, Volunteer Muffler, is where I got the muffler and exhaust done on this Roadrunner. The guy that works over there, I was like, I really just want like an 80s exhaust. So he built me one out of the manifold to an X pipe to a glass pack, and it spits out right here in front of the rear tire. Yeah, Sam Mountain. I claim Nashville, but I'm kind of out in the country. And I like that so much, I actually had him cut the Flowmasters off of the Charger and put glass packs on it. But that's Volunteer Muffler. Where you at, Dean? Oh, I love glass packs, man. I don't know if it's just because of my childhood, but for whatever reason, it's my thing. Oh yeah, we're closer than you probably know, Dean. God, it smells so good in here. This one I gotta show off because when I bought this car, the lady that I bought it from, her husband unfortunately passed away. He had a bunch of project cars. But when she was taking pictures of it to put on Facebook, she took the dealership plastic off of the front seats. She took pictures of it. As far as the interior goes, the seats go, I'd say they're probably like operating at 95%. And then when I got it, I took the engine out of it, I took it apart, I basically refreshed it, because once I got it apart, it only had 50,000 miles on it. I took the plastic off the rear seat. It looked pretty good. This, because it fell out. One of them wasn't ever there, and the other one, I actually think might even be in this. I swear that there's a light in here. Yep, that's it. Goes on the other side. This depends on how much money you want to put into that thing. A 318 or a stroke 340. You're looking for a cruiser or a HP. This is the original 68 440. I got a video I made of this car last weekend because the wheels that are on here are from a friend's 70 Satellite because they're warped. So we took the tires off my 300 and put them on his 70 Satellite so he could drive it to town and fix that problem. So I've been roasting these tires some. James, they're just reflectors. The 69 also Charger, they're just reflectors. I think in 68 they were orange and orange. In 69 they were orange and red. And then at some point somebody had put pins in here. Cool. This is a smooth car, smooth cruiser. And this is the 79 Ford. This isn't mine. This one caught fire, obviously, a couple years ago. Kind of randomly came across the owner of it, and all of this stuff was burned. The ignition coil, the distributor, all the wires, the carburetor, everything was burned on it, including the wiring harness that goes from the electronic ignition. But I ended up finding a donor car up in Kentucky that had all of this stuff because the guy that owned the truck took the bumper, the grill, the fenders, the hood, the doors, and the bed off of it because he puts those on new cars, new trucks, and kind of makes retro ones. And he had this one that had everything I needed on it. I don't have a battery in it, otherwise it's just I got to put a gas tank in it, sitting right there. James, I'm not a fan of it. That's kind of when I got back from Holly Mo Party and I was talking to some folks on live. I really kind of want to turn this car into a horsepower monster because it's a 68 440 and it only had, 54,000 miles on it. But I think it'd be cool to put a supercharger on this thing. It's a four-door Chrysler. I mean, how awesome would that be to put a supercharger on it? See if we get reacclimated here. Hey, welcome back. William, I literally just did. I just came back, just put the camera back down. No, Sand Mountain, you ain't got to be rich. You just have to make bad financial decisions. That's what you got to do. But I mean, also, I didn't. I'm not 20 years old, and I didn't just wake up yesterday and buy all these cars. So, it's been a combination of years. We got a lot in common then, Sand Mountain. That blue, it's a 40 by 60. That's true, James. But also, I look at it like, I mean, that's kind of one of the reasons I don't have like supercharged cars or like high horsepower cars, because I buy these cars. For an example, I bought this 74 was listed for $2,000 and it didn't drive, and I ended up buying it for $1,200. And then I get it running, and it's still in its original state. So it's still an original car. So it still has the value of being an original. So if I put a turbocharger on there and drove it and burnt the tires on it and then ragged the engine out, which I sort of have done anyway, it's really not worth anything. But the 68 300 is all original engine. It still retains its value. So I'm looking at these things like they're an investment. At some point, I'm going to sell one or some of them. Not ready yet. Same thing with the Roadrunner. I bought that for money. And then the next day I had somebody offer me $7,000 more for what I bought it for. So like I'm looking at these as investments, which is kind of why I'm shying away from really branching out to something wild. But here lately, I've really kind of been wanting to build something. So yeah, they're bad financial decisions, but then at the same time, they don't go down in value. You know, even though a 68 300 is not really worth that much, it's worth more now than it was when I bought it. So I'd say that's, you know, decent. Christian, I don't speak French, but I hope that's something nice. Over on YouTube. So I got TikTok on one device and I got YouTube still on the other one. So if it sounds like I'm talking to somebody that's not here, it's probably because there's voices in my head, but also because I got two devices running. Yeah, BG. I think that's what I kind of want to do. So I've got a 69 Imperial, and I guess it's not necessarily a high horsepower build, but somebody had mentioned when I was on live that I should put a diesel engine in it, and I can't get that out of my head now. So what I want to do with that Imperial project is put like a Detroit diesel in it and an air brake system, and that's the kind of build that I want to do with that one. I think that would be kind of fun. Man, the air is thick in here with exhaust fumes. Just gonna have to open that door and make sure a coyote doesn't come traipsing up in here. James, I mean, the sound of an old Detroit diesel. The great Sarah, yes, that is generally. That's kind of the intention, or not the intention, but maybe the vision. Because if I get this 383 done, that's for the Charger, and I put that back in the Charger, because this 383 has more horsepower than the 440 that's in the Charger. I'm going to take that 440 engine out, and I'm going to have to find another project to put it in. But while I look for that, I've contemplated taking that to the machine shop and just saying, listen, I want to try to get like 600 to 700 horsepower out of it. What can we do? And how much debt do I have to go in for it? That's right, Brad, over on YouTube. Especially if I'm not doing it, that's the thing, because if somebody does, if a professional does it and they do it right, then I'll be able to enjoy it a lot more. If I do it, it might make for a good video because the engine will explode. BG, it was a running, driving, recently barn restored car when my dad and I got it in the late 90s. Before that, it was a B5 car. It wasn't a found in the weeds one. We've had that one for a long time. And I took the engine out of it, and I tried to rebuild it when I was a young lad in the late 90s. But we've had it for quite some time. And in 2007, it got redone to look like it is now, but it also got some of the the quarter panels, and if you're familiar with these B bodies, the quarter panel that meets the roof, like that whole section got redone. So metal wise, it's all solid, but it still has some electrical issues. Like at nighttime, the dash lights are real dim. Yeah, Mox, that's those RV 440s are great candidates. They're great foundations for high horsepower builds. I could just throw a set of heads on there. Tate, I am a fan of Roadrunners. I agree with you. They are cool cars. So, I don't know. We got last year I'd set myself up with some goals, and I mostly achieved them all. And I think in 26, as this year's coming to an end, next year I've got another set of goals that I think I'm going to try to accomplish. Sand Mountain, you ever go on Uncle Tony's Garage Lives? That's probably it then. I think that's where I found you. There was a period of time where Uncle Tony was giving away like licorice and like Nor's. I had to connect the puzzle. Nor's, skillet mules and stuff like that. And I bought a bunch of his merchandise because I thought it was funny that he was giving away random socks that he put a smiley face on. But I think that's where, I found you, and I think that's where I followed you from. BG over on YouTube's got a 98 Ford F-150 that has oil mixing with the coolant. Well, that, sir, is not a good thing. If you check the oil on your dipstick, does it look like chocolate milk? Yeah, Sand Mountain. I don't know them, but I also follow them. All of those folks that are in there pretty normally, I'm familiar with, but I don't know any of them personally. And I don't think they know me. I think we just solved that mystery. Well, that's the other. Uncle Tony is from near where I am anyway. Like Uncle Tony, Whistling Diesel, Vice Grip, Sleeper Dude. There's probably a couple other ones, but of the people that I'm familiar with, they're all from around where I am. Yeah, I think that's probably where. Did you do his Wednesday, or was it the Tech Talk, or was it on Sunday? I missed his tonight because I was on here. Over on YouTube, N1. What's the vehicle? I tried to reach out to so you know how he's in a new shop. The shop that he was in before was right next to where I live, and I had reached out to him because he doesn't really check his emails. But I was trying to I guess for lack of better terms, I was trying to promote my automotive nonprofit, and I've got a lot of Mopar stuff. So I reached out to him when I was converting my 88 Fifth Avenue from electronic back to old school ignition so I could race it in the hoopty cross stuff. But Uncle Tony's not really a check your email kind of person. But I reached out to him to see if there was like something that we could do together. But yeah, like I said, he's not really a check your email guy. All right, Brad, over on YouTube. I appreciate you hanging out. Silent J, I think I remember you from before. Yeah, what do you mean, Cyclop? Like teleporting? I'm out here in the shop trying to promote my automotive nonprofit, AuxAuto. Basically, I pay the shop bills for people that can't afford to make their vehicle safer operational. And I come on here, showcase some of the projects that I'm doing, the things that I'm working on, and I hope people just follow along. And one day all the follows and subscriptions will turn into a way to pay for all the AuxAuto assists that I do. I've done 15 of them so far to the tune of about $15,000, and I think it would be cool to be able to do one a month eventually. I am actually in the shop. BG over on YouTube. I got TikTok on one device and I got YouTube on another one. I appreciate you being here, hanging out. You've heard my spiel. Being here helps me promote the thing that I'm trying to do to make other people's lives a little bit better. Help them get to the things that are going to hopefully make them successful one day. Listen to that whiskey jazz. I shall return momentarily. Let the expired fire extinguishers keep you company for a minute. Expired and empty. Oh, then Sand Mountain's on YouTube now. Are you stalking me? Yeah, that's cool. I mean, nobody's ever really stalked me before. I feel kind of honored. I'm not weirded out at all. Yeah, I recognized your name. So that's like one of my favorite bands of all time is Led Zeppelin. And I couldn't tell you what song was on what album, but I know the song on like maybe the first note or two. So I recognize your name, but I just couldn't remember where it was from because I know I've got you on something, whether it's TikTok or Facebook or probably YouTube, and I think that's probably where it's from. And when I get off of here, which may not be for another, I'll probably be on here for a while. It's probably YouTube, but there was something on there that caused me to follow. But that's kind of how it is sometimes. sorry. I've missed you. Soy Trujillo. So I think, were you here earlier? It's got a 351M. 351 modified. Yeah, I remember you. It's been a while. I've been on here quite a minute. I've been on here quite a minute, long time, still here. According to my analytics, the people that have subscribed to me are most active around 1 a.m. So I'm gonna stay on here until 1 a.m. and see if that's actually true. It's a F-150 Trujillo 79 Ford. Dent side, and I don't know a lot about them. I actually have been learning a lot about them since I got that project. I'm working on that truck for somebody else. Their family's owned it since it was new, and it's kind of like an heirloom for especially the younger generation. That's how they all know their grandpas, because of Old Blue. So I'm trying to get it running and get it back to them. I've got a gas tank I got to put in, and I was going to do it today, but I pushed it off till tomorrow, and then tomorrow I'm probably going to push it off till next weekend. I'm trying to shoot a commercial tomorrow for a garage door company that fixed the doors out here in my shop. Sandmound. I really wish they would just take the 30 minutes, split the difference, and call it a day. I don't know. I sort of know the theory behind it, but I think we're kind of beyond it. I'd say let's just fix it. I do like the extra hour of sleep, but also it's like dark in Tennessee at 5 o'clock, and it's like, oh, all right. Wake up, it's dark. Go to bed, it's dark. Need some sunshine in my life. YouTube. I got TikTok on one device. Soul. Is it Soul or SOI? L? TikTok on one device, and I got YouTube on the other one. I'm pulling all the stops, man. I'm just trying to promote my automotive nonprofit. And then express my extreme disgust and disdain for people that are trying to sell courses on TikTok. The ones with the Lamborghinis in the background that say you can make $60,000 in a month by mentoring. Oh, man. That's a whole other conversation. Subscribe to my Linktree account. I'll show you how to. Man, I don't want to go too far into it because I went down this rabbit hole not too long ago. So 68 and 69. Those are the two that I like, Chargers. But there's this one dude. I guess I'll do the short version is there's this one dude. He's got a Lamborghini in the background. He says he has like 4 businesses. He makes $15 million a year. And you can too, as long as you if you subscribe to his mentorship program or you buy into his course or whatever he's doing. So, for whatever reason, it just seemed really disingenuous and I couldn't figure out why that was. So I started looking into it. And he had a video of him driving his Lamborghini on some highway and he crossed over a street sign. So I screenshotted it, found where he was, found the cross street where he was. Had another video where he was talking about his business that he just opened. And since I knew his general location, he said what kind of business it was, but he would never say the name of it. He never says the name of anything that he's doing, which I don't understand. For one, if you're trying to promote your business, why would you not tell people what it is? Because you're not promoting your business, you're promoting this thing where it's like multi-level marketing stuff. So he's showing the interior of it, of the business on the video. So I went to the general area where I thought he was from, and I put in Google the type of business that he has, and I went to like 16 of them, and I looked at the interior, and I found the one that he is building, the business that he's building, and I found the name of it. And then I went on the state's website, and I found their it's not their I found the name of the business, but I found all of their documents for the business. And I also found out that he didn't start the business. His dad started the business. Matter of fact, his dad started the businesses that he's talking about, and one of them was started before he was even legally able to enter into a contract or to get a loan or whatever it was. So basically, he's the manager of his dad's businesses, and he's driving around a Lambo that he bought in March of this year, and he's now listing it for sale, trying to get you to buy the courses that he's selling to show you how to become wealthy. The biggest bunch of crap that I found. It was very satisfying, but it's the biggest bunch of crap. What's up, user? And what's even worse than that, I didn't pay for it, but I signed up because I was looking into this, and I signed up for his like his introductory thing. It's free, but the story that he's telling is literally a good story about him coming from another war-torn country and being a refugee. But he's stealing his dad's story is the problem. Like, if he literally just told his story like it actually is, it's a good success story of coming from nothing and becoming something, but it's his dad's story. And he's hijacking it. And he's basically trying to get people to buy his course. And it's unfortunate. Anyway, man, I went on a tangent yesterday about it, because there's another guy that I did the same thing to. Anyway, but the problem is because when I was doing all that research, my algorithm turned into people doing courses, and there's so many people that you can tell just they don't have it, but they've bought into something and they're trying to sell it. They've got their whiteboards with their Amazon FBA or FBR or whatever it is, and they're pushing their little applause button, and it's sad because, you know, they spent $500 on some course and they're not going to do anything. They put money in somebody else's pocket, and it's unfortunate. Anyway, how about cars? Anybody like cars? or sell life insurance. There's people saying they make $100,000 a month selling life insurance. Get out of here. What wealthy person buys a depreciating asset as a promotional tool, owns it for 3 months, and then lists it for sale? Also, it was bought on a small business loan, by the way. Ah, all right. I feel better. Oh, Eric. Appreciate that over on YouTube. I got TikTok on one device, YouTube on the other one. Just out here promoting my automotive nonprofit. Also talking about real life stuff and talking about people selling courses and mentorships on social media. It is the Generally. Matter of fact, you are correct. Good eye. I've got it covered in plastic because I washed it and cleaned it last week. And my shop tends to like drop things from the ceiling because it's kind of old. So I'm just trying to keep those things off of it. Appreciate it. In the course of promoting my automotive nonprofit, I showcase some of the projects that I'm working on, some of the cars that I've acquired over the years, hopefully just to get people to subscribe, and then hopefully maybe one of those, or one day, those subscriptions will turn into a way to pay for the vehicles that I fix for other people. And also, according to my TikTok analytics, most of the people that are on my TikTok are most active around 1 a.m. my time. So I'm kind of wanting to stay on here until 1 a.m. and see if that's true. The 69.5 Roadrunner, is that the one that was offered you could get with the 440? In that case, yes. This Roadrunner was purchased September 24th of 1968. And I think it was the original appraisal was September 21st of 68. James, you talking about that 69.5? Yeah, I think that which would have been the 440. I think that was I don't know if you know Roadrunners. You probably know Wes. I can't pronounce his last name, but he wrote a book on Roadrunners, and that's where I learned about that. But yeah, that is whoever asked that. That is a that car has a little more value. That is correct. Hey, wait a minute. That's not the whiskey jazz I was listening to. $249.1. Knew a guy over on YouTube who knew a guy that painted the General Lees while they were filmed in Georgia. That's actually kind of cool. I wonder if they're still around. The first 5 episodes were filmed in Conyers and Covington, Georgia. And that's where Lee 1 was found, out in Georgia. Yeah, James, I remember it was like 450 or something like that. And it was like, how is that even possible? And now that's what like a Honda hatchback has. Oh, that's unfortunate. It would have been cool if they told stories on social media about that stuff. I do a lot of genealogy stuff with my family, and that was one of the things I was trying to do, is get stories recorded about events and people that are no longer here. But I think anybody that's a fan of Dukes would love to hear stories about, because I guarantee you they had those situations where one car got crashed and they had to get one done quick because they're filming and they're on time and budget constraints. I think people would like to hear that. Be interesting. Yeah, what is it, Soul? What you got? My opinions on trying to sell a course. Buy my course, one-on-one mentorship, only $75 a month. I'll tell you how to sell digital marketing products. Get out of here. What's the engine in your truck? Got a 600 CFM. Oh, you want to put that on the 360. $600. That's a lot. That's a lot for a 360. Yeah, I'd say it would. You gotta probably gotta tweak the idle screws a little bit. Yeah, I do. It seems it's harder for me to get in Edelbrock tuned right than it is a Holly. I mean, even here um, I got Holly. I got, well, Quadrajet. Holly, God, that was heavy. Carter. I don't even know what this one is. But I've just always seemed to have better luck with Hollies. It's like, I don't know. It's like it's kind of like everything though. They're all the same. They all perform the same function. And what you're more comfortable with is probably what you like better. I'll be right back. Okay. I got a wood burning stove on the outside of the shop, and I think there was a critter trying to get into it. You got it, Roland. The old general. Oh, Maui, what's up? Maui's got a General Lee in Hawaii. When I started doing, I only really been doing lives for like a month, but one of the first times I went live, because I guess when you're live and somebody comes into it, there's an option to invite them to come into your live, and I didn't really know what that meant. And I thought I was following Maui back, but I was actually inviting him to a live. So I ended up talking to Maui about his General Lee while he was waiting on his wife to come out of the store because she was in there shopping. It was pretty funny. It takes a little getting used to, but I met Maui. Over on YouTube. Hello, Richard. Appreciate it, Ink Smudge. Thanks for coming in here. $60. I got a die-cast version of it. No, I like it too much. You should, Sand Mountain. There was one thing. Early on, I was working on, I think it was the Roadrunner, the green Roadrunner. I did some lives, but it's harder. Like I had it set up to where I was just kind of working on the car, and I had my daughter that was on it, kind of moderating, I guess. But a lot of people come in and they ask questions, but unless you're paying attention to your live stream while you're working on it, people aren't really going to stick around because there's not really any interaction. Because a lot of people are asking, like, what engine's in the Roadrunner, but I've got the camera set up and then I'm working on it, and they're like, well, okay, then they just go somewhere else. But it kind of makes your 15 to 20 minute project last an hour because, you're kind of Q&A with people on your live. So it's kind of harder to do. Or because I've got TikTok on one device and I've got YouTube on the other. If you had one of your, like a device set up that was your live, but then while you're working on your stuff, you got another device where you can read like what people are saying so you can respond to it. That ghost, still not good enough. But that is one thing that I kind of found out earlier on, like 2 months ago, earlier. Oh, ham and cheese, a grilled cheese? If you're talking grilled cheese, we might be setting the foundation for a good working partnership. Hundred. It's hard to buy something from somebody that's not wanting to sell it. That's true. So it doesn't. That's why I can't get rid of it. One day, I'm sure. I mean, the car is going to outlive me. But not tonight. No, Richard, I haven't. But if it's been sitting for a long time, I would suggest probably turning that oil pump and getting those fluids running through it, and then turning it or cranking it over by hand so you don't get a spun cam bearing like my 383 from my 69 Charger. That's right. So that's kind of the thing with that Charger. The sentimental value is worth more than somebody would be willing to pay for it. Doesn't mean that's what its value is, but I don't want to sell it right now. So yeah, same. What's up, Richard in Alaska? Where you at up there? Like out in the middle of nowhere, or like in Juneau? Welcome back, Michael. Yeah, that's what happened with this Roadrunner. It was kind of a thing for her to sell it because it was her dad's car, bought it new in 1968, been a part of their family forever, and she felt guilty about selling it, which I can understand. But it led to a conversation about me and my daughter and the cars and the projects that I have that I've had for a long time. But we kind of cleared everything up, so if something does happen, that she doesn't ever feel guilty about it. I mean, her telling me about how she felt as she watched that car drive away on my trailer is kind of, it's just sad. But I think she's now appreciated the fact that it's a running, driving car, and it's got a new life, and she can see it and follow it and pay attention to it. Yeah, James. People say that something's not for sale, but for the right price, everything's for sale. But there's like with the Charger, nobody's going to be willing to pay what I want for it because I'm not ready to sell it. Give it to who? That ghost. ODP, it's a real Charger, but it's a replica. It's not a. It's not a Warner Brothers. Generally, it's a fake. It's a phony. It's a phony. You're a phony. Oh, well, I mean, part of the reason she sold it is because she didn't really have any use for it. So that was the that was the mental dilemma. Like, she's like, "What am I going to do with this car? I don't work on cars. I don't have any. I don't know what to do with it." But it was just kind of like the that she felt bad because it's been in her life all of her life, and it was her dad's car, and now it's going to somebody else. But if she had it back, it's like she'd be like, "Well, what am I going to do with this? I don't know what to do with it." No, it didn't run. It'd been sitting for a long time. I thought it was about 15 years, but I actually ended up running into the brother of the original owner, and he said he doesn't think it's ran since the mid 90s. Sergio, I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. What you got to hear, Colin? It's chilly. It's kind of nice though. I had the propane heater on for a while. Um, she wouldn't, because I do. I know who she is. I used to work with her. Um, she wouldn't even have anywhere to put it. The temperature is currently probably like 45 degrees, which I love. It's perfect. Best weather ever. I'm trying to stay on here for like another 20 minutes because according to my TikTok analytics, most of the people that are on my TikTok are most active around 1 a.m. Which it'll only be 12. We'll see. That ghost, I'm in Middle Tennessee. I claim Nashville, but I'm not in Nashville. I'm close to Nashville, but I'm way out in the country. But people know Nashville. "30 minutes from where?" So I don't even know where that is. Now I'm interested. I actually, back in the day when you would when you were trying to go to school, you would go on a website and you would fill out a bunch of information, and then they send you a bunch of information for the school in the mail. So I did that with a school called Tennessee College of Applied Technology. It's TCAT. And I put in all my information, and I thought when I push send that they're like, all right, your information is coming your way. But when I push send, it's like, all right, you're enrolled. And I was like, oh, whoops, I didn't know. Sorry. But the campus was only 8 minutes from where I lived. And so I ended up doing a 3-month welder certification course in the evenings, like every Monday and Wednesday for 3 months. I don't necessarily really do it on any of my projects because I'm not really a body guy and I don't really want to mess anything up. But I learned a lot. First time I ever TIG welded. Yeah. Got a little certificate. Moore's back. I'm still here. Still hanging out. It's Saturday. Appreciate it, Colton. This car, the 74, actually did catch fire. Yeah, I won't stay up too late. Plus, I get to sleep in. I get to sleep in tomorrow till like 6 a.m., so I'm good. I'm going to get off here in probably about 10 minutes. Oh, yeah, it's Sunday, isn't it? It's Monday? Saturday? Sunday? Monday? It's also crazy because that school, TCAT, if anybody is in Tennessee or familiar with it, it was the one that I went to was super funded. And it was really cool because the instructor was basically like, there's all of our welding rods because, they keep them in a refrigerator. Take what you want, do what you need. Here's your materials. Ask me if you got any questions. So it was kind of like a free-for-all learning environment for everything that you could want to do when it came to welding. and they had like 10 of those $10,000 welding rigs in there. Plus they had MIG welders, TIG welders, aluminum stuff, metal cutting torches, and all of these other things. And I told them what I was trying to do, why I was taking the class, because I was wanting to cut these floors out of a 69 Newport and put them into an Imperial. And he's like, cool, bring it in. I was like the whole car? He goes, yeah, bring it in. You can't keep it in here, but if you bring it in every class, then you can work on the car in there. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me. So sure enough, every class I'd haul that thing over there and take it in there and get to work on it. But it was just like it was like one of those environments where your whole purpose was to learn, and there wasn't any constraints on the materials that you're using, which I thought was fantastic. Highly recommended. Curtis, I really want to say 6'7", but I'm way too old for that stuff. That goes, see, I know where Savannah, Tennessee is. Landon's got a whole fan club. Yeah, that's the thing that I liked about it, Sand Mountain. It was like you literally could do anything that you wanted. There was a kid in there, young guy, and he was building like a go-kart frame. And it was cool because the instructor would just help him along the way and be like, here's the way that you need to do it. I don't know. It was cool. Landon, I have no idea. I don't really follow anybody anymore. I don't really watch NASCAR anymore. It's been a while. What's up, Ventura? The Newport that I got, well, the Newport is a 69. It's in another building out here at Auxland, my automotive complex that houses AuxAuto, the automotive nonprofit that provides financial mechanical assistance to people that depend on their transportation for a living. But I've got a 69 Newport, but I'm cutting that one up and using the parts, some of the structural things for the 69 Imperial project that I've got going on that I also don't have in here. It's a slow process. I got that Newport. This is a 68 300. This one's a New Yorker, but I've got a Newport that I picked up in San Antonio, Texas a couple of years ago for like $800, $800 or $900. Kazin alive. Isn't it past your bedtime? Cody, the yellow car is a 1974 Chrysler New Yorker. You are correct. No bedtime. Well, that means you're grounded. No, Tyler, it's not for sale, but I mean, technically everything's for sale, but it's not for sale for any price that anybody's probably willing to pay for it. Cody, no, no, I try to not just destroy them. I like derbies though. That's the thing. I don't dislike people that do that, but I wouldn't be able to derby a car that's a running driving car. I would probably just turn it into like a stunt car or something, but I wouldn't be able to just get rid of it. I can't sell it. Okay, that's your inheritance. Yeah, Robert, that one's a yeller. That's yeller. That's orange, green, and yeller. Yeller in the background up there, right up there. Cody, that's it's green, but it is a '69 Plymouth Roadrunner. Robert, I'm in around Nashville. I claim Nashville, but I'm kind of out in the middle of nowhere, so I'm definitely not in the city. But if somebody in anywhere in the world was like, "Hey, where are you from?" I would say Nashville because it's closer to anything that anybody's ever heard of. Nashville. Oh, I never plugged my phone back in. That's why it's going dead. Appreciate it, Monte Carlo. Everybody loves it. Generally, 1969 Dodge Charger with an original 383. It's actually right here. Spun a cam bearing, lost oil pressure, took it out, put in a 1973 RV 440. Just a cruiser right now, but I'm in the process of trying to get this cam bearing situation rectified. Hopefully, get that engine back in the car, and then I'm gonna be forced. I will be forced to find another project to put the RV 440 in once that comes out of the Charger. The Duke of Earl. Yeah, the old General. It's not for sale. Still a work in progress. It's getting there. Appreciate it, Kano. Just hanging out here in the shop, trying to promote my automotive nonprofit, AuxAuto, which is an automotive nonprofit that provides financial mechanical assistance to people that depend on their transportation for a living. At this point, basically what I do is I pay the shop bills for people that can't afford to make their vehicle safe or operational. And then I come in here and I showcase some of the projects that I have and the things that I'm doing. And I hope that people subscribe and follow along. I've got TikTok on one device. I've got YouTube on another device. And hopefully one day all of those follows and subscriptions turn into a way to pay for all the AuxAuto assists that I do. I've done 15 of them so far to the tune of about $15,000, which averages out to about $1,000 a piece. But I've had some of them that are $350 and some of them that are $2,500. I'd like to do one a month. That would be cool. But basically, my whole intention and my purpose of being here is to fix the vehicles that people use to make themselves successful. There's a lot of nonprofits out there that help with clothing and food and housing, which is great. But when it comes to getting yourself to the place that could potentially make you successful, if you don't have a way to do that, that's kind of what my intention is. So that's why I'm here. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. JR, all of these cars actually run, believe it or not. 74 New Yorker, 69 Charger, 69 Roadrunner, 68 300, and then the truck, which isn't mine, I'm working on it for somebody else, also runs, but doesn't have a battery. Richard over on YouTube, is that the Dart? Didn't we talk about that once? JR, it's a rare occasion. It is a rare occasion because most of the time there's always something that's preventing them from running. But this week, last week and this week, for right now, for this time period, this section only, they all run. Next week, it'll be different. Is it 1 o'clock? No. That Ghost, I will check them. I've been on here for so many long hours. Once I get off here in a little bit, which I was gonna do at 12. I was gonna wait till 1, but I'm probably not gonna make it. And now it's only 8 o'clock. It's like tomorrow where I am. Well, good night. I did say my spiel. I am going to get off of here, but the reason I'm here is I'm promoting my automotive nonprofit, AuxAuto. Your subscription and your follow is what I'm looking for. Your support is what I'm looking for. I don't come on here asking for money. I don't drop my Venmo. I'm not selling courses. I'm not doing any of that stupid crap. Basically, I'm just trying to promote my automotive nonprofit, trying to get people to follow along, subscribe. And hopefully one day those subscriptions and those follows will turn into a way to pay for all these AuxAuto assists. I started AuxAuto in 2021. According to the IRS, it's Auxilium Auto. It is a 501c3 tax exempt automotive nonprofit. I've done 15 AuxAuto assists to date to the tune of about $15,000, and I hope to do more in the future. But that's why I'm here, and that's what I'm promoting. But I'm going to get off of here because I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to wake up. I get to sleep in. I'm sleeping in tomorrow till at least 6 a.m. And I'm excited about that. But I appreciate everybody being here. And then throughout the week, I'll probably live again, but I won't be able to do it here from the shop. So some of the people that I see kind of regular will hop in, which is kind of cool. Kind of sporadically. I don't really do it consistently, but more so constantly, if that makes sense. But anyway, I appreciate you being here, and have a good night.